Testing 1 2 3 1 2 3. Testing mic 2 1 2 3 1 2 3. Testing mic 2 1 2 3 1 2 3.
Welcome out to Kojaks Live. Excuse me for the cough. I am just so excited about the action that we're about to bring you. You're about to be joined in the booth with Charlie and the only other bald and beautiful Mr. Reese. He is getting everything together, getting set up, and the table is about to go. What you're seeing coming to you live from Kojaks is a culmination of 3 clubs coming together. CCC, which is Celebrity Card Club in Odessa, Kojaks Poker Club in Midland, Texas, and the River League over in San Angelo, Texas. We ran 3 qualifiers over the past 3 months, and the top 15% ended up in this tournament. 66 players are fighting for $50,000. Once again, it's a 0 entry free roll. $50,000 is going to be dispersed out among the final table. What you're seeing now is going to be the featured table. We have selected one table that we will keep around 8 or 9 players throughout the remainder of the tournament, as full as we can to be within TDA distinction of tables. And action will be going, and you see Mr. Chris in there. He is one of our IT specialists who, without him, we couldn't make this happen. And he is getting the chip counts, getting the stacks. Everyone's passing off their phones. We allow no phones at the table. No communication with the outside world back to the 1900s while they're playing. Yet we have the 21st century. We have the 21st century technology to show you what these players are holding. And players, please remember, and everyone watching, please remember that this is on a 15-minute delay. So the hands that you see are live to you, but it's already been played out here.
And I am joining Charlie. Let's see if we can. I'm way over here. Can you squeeze in there? What do we got going on here? There we go. The second half of the bald team here.
Man, look at the salt and pepper coming in on both of these.
It's trying to match me. That's
it's distinguished. I saw you turning gray, so I decided to speed it up. You can't see it, but it's all mixed in.
I'm way ahead of you, I promise. So they are just about to get started. This was one of the tables. I think we have, 3 other tables out in the...
4. We have 4. So we have 5 tables remaining, around 40-something players remaining in the tournament. And we also have 4 cash games going now out on the floor. We have 3 5 on the button no limit hold'ems, and we also have a 1-2 no limit hold'em. But the thing is if you have not looked at our lists and got your name on it, you need to get on it. What we're talking about that is Poker Atlas.
Yep.
Look up Poker Atlas. Celebrity Card Club are they open today?
Celebrity Card Club is not open today, but
the River League is.
The River League is, and we've definitely got action going in other places. But but it's going to be here tonight. I'll tell you that.
Last night we had 8 cash games running. Every table was full, and tonight will be just about the same. And it got to a point a while ago where we just about had to drop another table out on the floor because there was people standing around RTG, which is ready to go, and that's what we are here. Action on the table is already moving around. 6-3, Mr. Mark going against Kent. Donald folds around. Donald looks down at, Martin picks up pocket aces.
How about that for a first hand on the live stream?
Man.
Let's see what
And
happens.
he raises it up. Blinds are 1,000, 2,000, 2,000. He raises it up to 7,000. I don't think he's going to get a call from anybody. He doesn't, so he wastes his aces. Or does he win the maximum there?
I'm telling you, I don't question him anymore.
No, because if he'd have smooth called that, Nassim may have jumped in with 10-4 of clubs, and you never know, flop quads. It's easy in this place to flop quads.
Yep. I'm trying to get us logged in here so we can pull up a tournament clock here.
That would be nice. That would be nice. So we have, right now, a 9-handed table. Unfortunately, Charlie did see the future. I had my crystal ball out, maybe the top of my head, and I know what's about to happen, but you will never know that I know. You will never know that I know. So the button is sitting over on seat number 2, which is Big Frankie. We call him Big Taco. And action moves around. Abel Zamora looks down at Jack 4 suited. Donald, short stack Donald, 26,000 in his chip stack. He sets his card protector on there and shoves 26,000 in the middle of the pot. And just behind him, Nassim looks down at pocket queens. I don't think he's going anywhere. Look at that look on his face.
Just stoic. And he's a little unpredictable of a player, so you really don't know what he has. I'll be honest with you.
Yes, he does. He does like to play the in-betweens, the high variance hands, and he throws out 30,000 chips, and a call is there. Moves around to mark with king 9 suited. I do enjoy that hand. It's just unplayable in a situation where you have an all-in and a call. So with a quick verification of the chip stacks, we will match it up, get some change, and then we have an all-in race.
He's going to be looking for a king and only a king. Do we have Poker Alice on this computer, the actual software, or no?
No. Yes.
No, yes, maybe.
At one point, we sure did.
To a flop, looking for a king.
And a king only, or a heart. And no heart comes, and just like that, we have our first elimination from the River League, correct, at the featured table.
Yeah, that is Donald. He's a tournament crusher, actually. I just don't think he ever got anything started today.
So all day long, him and the person sitting in seat number 8, Mr. Martin, have been joking back and forth, and we've just been watching Martin's chip stack grow. He's got 244,000 chips. Yeah. And we're talking 244,000. That is correct. Everyone started with 50,000. The average chip stack right now is 93,000 chips.
93,000, yeah. And Martin, just if y'all remember, back in December, he was the one battling it out for that belt.
He finished second, right?
At the second place, yeah. And for the life of me, I can't remember the winner's name.
It was not Hayden. Oh, we're gonna get some crap for this because we should remember this. 2 good hands showing up. Abel's gonna look down. Big blinds 2,000. He's gonna see Queen Jack. That is playable, but right behind him, Mr. Martin, who we were just bragging on, battling it out, looks down at pocket 10s and it seems shaking right there with his 4 deuce. But he's probably talking about the queens he had before that. This is gonna be an easy muck as soon as he sees it. I would love it if he just 3-bet it right here. Ronnie looks down at ace deuce in seat number 1. Great beard. We'll call him Gray Beard. A little Gandalf action going.
Yeah, and there's two players from the River League. Mark Hamilton there, one of our favorites, a good friend of mine, regulars of the River League. Him and Ronnie, and hopefully we see them both at a final table later. It's been a race the last couple of years on who can have the most pure Santa Claus gray beard. It's been incredible.
Heads up action to the flop. Flop comes out 7-8 king. Not a lot of help for the Queen Jack, but it also slows down the 10s with the king out there. King's playable, and it does go check, check. Now Martin with the 10s picks up a straight draw, and so does Abel. If Martin sets it up, then Abel straightens it up. So Abel's looking for a 10, queen, or no jack. Jack's no good for him. So a 10 or a queen to take home the prize. And the river card is a 3 of clubs, gives the check mark to Mr. Martin. Let's see if he can extract a bet bluff. And Abel's looking like he's reading chips, and he does toss some in the middle. 7,000 in the bet. That's not going to be enough to chase away big stack Martin. I like to say that little roll, the R. Martin.
Yeah, you made a comment about it before.
Does he go by Martin? Martin? Or
Martin.
Oh, I like Martin.
Well, Martin, I think, is what most people call him there. And I finally got this up and going. This is where we're at. We are at level 11. We have 38 left of the 66 qualifiers we had over the 3 qualifying tournaments, and it's fantastic to see that $15,000 prize pool. $15,000 first place. That 50,000.
What was the buy-in again on this?
It's right there. It says 0.
So first place. How much of that first place winnings is profit?
Well, I think if you bought a chip bonus, I think it would be $14,980.
What about the 9th place profit?
$14,80.
We're making one of the bald and beautiful do math. I'm going to throw some algebra or some trigonometry, maybe some calculus in here. Now, if we take that to the 3rd parabola.
I flew in from Texarkana this morning on a 5 a.m. flight. I am toast right now. I'll just be real.
You are toasted. So action moves around. 4 deuce in the muck. Queen 9 in the muck. Frankie looks down at Quacking Ducks. Big blind is 2,500. Let's see what he raises this up to. He's been looking for something to play all day. And he elects just to make the call. So once again, if you're just tuning in, this is the day 2 of the $50,000 free roll. We're playing down to 9 players. Excuse me.
9 players. Yeah, that's it. Abel's gonna rip in this Jack 4, hoping the blinds don't wake up with anything.
Frankie folds his deuces.
It's gonna get its way through, making those moves.
You can't make that kind of call with deuces, though.
Nah.
In cash games here in West Texas, absolutely 100% of the time, that's a snap call, even a raise. But in tournaments where you cannot re-enter,
Yep, I've seen it. Right there in the 5 seat, it's Wilson L. We know
Goes by Kent.
Goes by Kent. Yeah, he's a regular at the River League and at San Angelo.
that gentleman was the first one in the door today.
He is a tournament pro. He's I've definitely handed him lots of cash over the years across the counter for tournament placements. He's going to find himself in a tough spot being on the button with Martine, the big stack of the big blind every single time. They need to get some balance in there.
And
get
he's
some
only got
play.
about 36,000 chips in front of him.
So anything he shows with Martine's going to pretty much have to call with his chip stack. Let's see if he wakes up with something here.
And it looks like nobody's really got nothing. So the first to bet is the first that's going to win this. And as we know, Mark picks up the infamous, while you're at Kojak's, why not pick up the Kojak? And he says raise, it looks like to 5,000. Abel looks down, ace 9. That does look pretty attractive, and he's going to make the call, but that can get you in a lot of trouble. A lot of bigger hands most of the time making that raise behind you. In this instance, there's not, but more times than less, it's going to be trouble playing ace low like that. Flop comes out king queen 8. Good thing it was not king queen 9.
Yeah, big whiff here for Abel, trying to defend that small blind.
I would really like to see a check by Mark. In the form of like a Bob Clemente.
Yeah, a little bet there, finished it off there, and Mark pick up some pretty good chips there. Anything over 6 figures is where you want to be. What was our
99.3,
average?
99.5. Sorry, we just lost someone else.
Yeah, so average chips is 95.8. So 95,000.
And remember, this is real time.
Okay, yep, there we go. And so you want to be over that 6-figure mark in the chip stack. Robbie there sporting the River League jacket on this Kojak's live stream. That's one of my dealers.
I like it. I love it. I want some more of it.
And we'll get dealers rotating through. Robbie and Chris will be doing the dealing and the action tracker for us. We're going to be playing down to 9 players, so you're going to get to watch your favorite players on stream here.
17 hours poker stream coming at you live from Kojak's, only due to the fact that the man sitting next to me loves player-friendly structures in our tournaments. These players love these.
Yeah, it is. And we are using an ante in this tournament, but they started with 50,000 in chips plus an instant bonus, so they've all had plenty of chips to play actual poker. The blinds have not been pushing this action at all. And that's why we have, over half the field left 6 hours later. But these guys are playing for, that first prize of $15,000. And that's it's pretty huge.
Absolutely. It's going to be hard for Martin to fold a hand.
Well, he's got double the average.
Nassim goes pop.
Yeah, but Nassim's going to, and Nassim's got a decent stack to act behind Martin, so he's going to handcuff him a little bit here and there. David doesn't believe him. Small bet from Nassim. David is going to float here with the 7s, and let's see if David can hit the 2-outer at one time on the turn. Close but no cigar, but the hearts get there. And David's going to bet this out. Like, he's got the hearts. Nassim, you're not going to fold this, but that's a pretty scary lead out there when that third heart hits the board.
5,000 into 20,000, 1/4 the pot.
Like I said, you're never going to fold that there, but if David gets really heavy here, he could. Yeah, no, I don't think he bet enough. 9,000. Nassim's going to have to look that up.
That's just not enough. 9,000.
Yeah, David had the right idea, just the wrong sizing. That's all. Look at him. He didn't even want to call the 9. David's told a very good story this hand. It just wasn't quite enough oomph on that river bet. He makes that about 20,000, and Nassim could probably get away from it.
Yeah, there's no chance he can fold.
Yeah, no, he's making a crying call with 9,000. Going to be shocked that he's ahead.
And I can't see any of the cards.
Yeah, that was Great storytelling by David, just not quite enough juice on that last one.
Nassim stacking chips. That's got to bother Martin sitting in seat number 8.
Yeah, like I said, Nassim's an unpredictable player, not in a bad way. He's definitely a good player, and him having a stack that can hurt you, and him being on your left, good handcuff Martin here and there.
Players are looking healthy though. As you walk around the room, you see a lot of chip stacks over 100,000. And Martin, for a while, had one of the largest chip stacks right before we told him this table was moving to the live stream, and he lost a little chunk of his chips.
Yeah, he's been chip stack big chips all day.
We saw one of the chip leaders early in the tournament had 175,000 chips. Walked by about 6 minutes later, and that seat was empty.
Who was that?
Table 5, seat 7. The gentleman that had the big stack of chips.
I'm trying to think who that was.
Mark H. from San Angelo wakes up with ladies in his hand, and they look so beautiful today.
Not going to get any action so far. You know, a lot of these players, you know, there's a few from San Angelo at this table, but I think everyone at this table has played long enough with Mark to know that he's typically pretty serious. Ronnie doesn't like the fact that he's got, you know, 7th of his chips in the big blind, but
and he shows.
Yeah, Mark's going to say, hey, man, I didn't mean to take your big blind. Those are some, but there, he is at the table. Like I told you, see his beard?
Yeah.
They're the bearded buddies.
That's who I was talking about earlier when I said I like the
thought you
salt
were
and
talking
pepper.
about Mark, I didn't see that he was there. And, so yeah, they joke all the time in San Angelo about the beard. We have the beard oil conversations.
Oh, Lordy. Nassim in seat 9 just wishes he could have the beard conversation.
Oh, yeah, not at all.
Teasing with Nassim, he's a good-humored person. He was complaining about the chair, and I told him, I said, I'm sorry, they're only made for men. And I said, kids, we don't have the booster seats available today. They don't realize that those chairs were a little over $690 a piece.
Those are very nice chairs. I'll get him a phone book and sit on if he needs it. Those are good chairs.
7-4 going into the muck after you have queens. That's got to be a sight for sore eyes. So once again, welcome out. This is the featured table of the 50,000 zero-entry free roll. These individuals had to pay no admin fees to get into this today. It was completely free.
Yep. They qualified in one of 3 qualifiers, and a few of them double qualified. We'll talk about that here in a minute, but you had to get in the top 15%. You had one chance per month to get into the top 15%. And you had your chip stack based upon your participation.
Here goes Ronnie's chips. He was waiting on that spot right there.
Yeah, and I think Nassim could look him up here. It's going to be an extra 19, 18 grand to him.
And Nassim's got a little over 150.
You've got to make this call here, unfortunately. I mean, but I don't hate it with 10-9 suit.
I can see Nassim folding.
You think so?
Yep.
I don't know how many hands he's had with Ronnie. Ronnie's a pretty solid player. Yeah, it looks like Nassim's going to go ahead and call it, yeah. You can run down a lot of big hands with suited connectors like that. And Ronnie getting about the best news possible, 2 unders, even though they're very connected. He's got blockers to the straight, but no clubs in his hand, but he's going to survive the flop.
He's got outs, and he whiffs.
Doesn't quite get there, so the jacks are going to hold shockingly.
5-3. 5-3 is the greatest hand in poker. Look how often it would win.
I'm telling you. You can get in there.
5-3 won some gift cards last night from McDonald's at the Friday night festivities.
Yeah, giving away some McDonald's gift cards donated to us by Mr. Andrew.
Yeah, Anthony.
Anthony, yeah. McDonald's here in the Midland, Odessa area. Great patron. Helps us out with some of that stuff once in a while. But yeah, these players, getting back to what I was speaking about a minute ago, they qualified, and we had 3 qualifiers, one in January, February, and March. You only had 3 shots, 3 tournaments, one at each and every end of every month, to get in the top 15% to make it into this zero-entry tournament. But even those tournaments, you know, there was a $20 entry, and that was it.
Yes.
So nobody here has more than $60. Well, I guess technically 80 if you counted the bonus chips on this one, but $80, that's it.
Pocket pairs making their way around the table, and look at Kent picking up pocket jacks. Abel right behind him with queen deuce suited, and Kent doesn't waste any time. He just says, all in. Here's my 37,000 chips. If you want to beat me, you've got to match it.
Yeah, and like I said, these are the difficult positions that Martine's going to be in. Martine's not going to call him light, but luckily Kent still has.
Oh, Martine folded king queen.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised about that, but he knows Kent does not mess around, and Kent needs to stay above that, 40, 50, $60,000 mark to where Martine won't just call him with just anything. All right, we are getting a little update on the feature table here. Of course, you won't see it for 15 minutes, but we're going to have a player joining the table because we operate here 15 minutes behind.
Kent looking down after the pocket jacks at queen queen. Can he do it again?
Might have enough here. He's just going to call.
He looks pretty excited right there, and I wonder if the players caught up on that.
Yeah. Martine's he's gonna see a flop, do a little set mining with trays.
I like the 62. If he didn't only have 59,000 chips, I'd like to get in that hand with that. Even Mark's hand.
And Mr. Hagman, who was a
CCC.
he was a triple qualifier.
Yes.
He qualified in all 3 qualifiers.
Every time I see a free roll pitcher from over there at CCC, Mr. Hagman is in it. And look at that. Mr. Hagman flops 4 hearts.
Yeah, if you're gonna call with Jack Deuce of Hearts, this is about as good as it's gonna get.
So 3s are in the lead, but equity-wise, they're far behind.
Yeah, and there it is.
That's the reason why.
The hearts come home for Mr. Hagman.
But Kent is not dead, looking for a queen or a 9.
Yeah. I don't think anybody's going to test him on this one. There's not much. No, Kent just said, okay, come along. Wow.
He said, I'm your Huckleberry. Oh, I thought that was a queen.
I thought it was a queen for a hot second.
I thought it was a queen also.
And it goes check, check. Surprisingly, David didn't bet any on that river, but the board was paired.
Yep.
There's still one combination of hearts that could beat you, but
they've seen pocket queens, pocket jacks over and over and over again already. Yeah. 4 times now.
I don't know that Kent would have called anything additional there, but he loses the minimum.
He maxed out what he could have got.
Yeah.
Worst, best case scenario, he could have got 2,500 more. Kent wasn't calling 5,000 there.
Just a cheap showdown there, and that is gonna put Kent in the big blind for a little less than 10% of the stack. These blinds have been really friendly. Mind you, these people have been playing for over 6 hours, and the blinds are still in a friendly 2,500.
Yeah, they should be 10,000, 20,000 right now.
These guys are playing for a lot of money. Let them play. I'm the guy that lets the players play. If you play in anything that I've built, you know that it's going to have plenty of playtime in it.
Yes, and we will be streaming as long as we possibly can today. We will be playing down to 9 players.
Yep, we're going to bring you the final table of this tomorrow at 3 p.m. But you can stay here and see who those 9 are going to be. And cheer on the people from your hometown, your home club. So we've got representation from all the clubs here.
We've even got representation from people that don't live in the cities with these clubs.
Yeah.
We got players from Lubbock. We've got players from New Mexico. We had players from Alpine playing in this.
That's pretty good. But a free roll for $50,000 will get people from out of town.
Hey, speaking of free rolls, what do we have starting about April 25th?
April 25th here at Kojak's. We're going to be doing a $10,000 guaranteed free roll, but it's going to be something that we've never done before, a flighted free roll.
So kind of structured like this, but over a quick Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday. If you've played in the Monday free rolls at Kojak's, there's a little bit of a twist on it, but it's pretty much like the Monday night free rolls, but we're going to have Definitely lots of chips in play. You're going to have a $10,000 guarantee, and every bag you get carries forward.
So if I bag on Thursday, I bag on Friday, and I bag on Saturday, you're saying I get to add them together?
All together to play on that Sunday, day two, for that $10,000 guarantee. And like I said, the prize pool is going to be dictated by the rebuys, the add-ons, just like a standard free roll does. But we're going to combine three of them into one tournament. It's going to be fantastic.
Oh, it's going to be huge.
We got Lance in the chat asking, "How did the two young guys get to play in the seniors event?" You're not wrong, sir.
Mr. Lance, how are you doing, sir? Great for wisdom. Love Charlie. Go Mark. Aw.
Yep.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It always makes me curious who they might be.
I like the bald and the beautiful.
I think the avatar in their picture is bald also. We appreciate that. We love doing this. Love seeing stuff like that. Definitely makes us smile and makes this all that more fun. 1,500, 2,500, 2,500.
Yep, it's manageable, but it's starting to get up there. And if you've got less than 40, 30,000, the times are getting a little bit short on you. You need to find yourself a place to make a move. Nassim here under the gun, looking down, see if he enjoys anything.
I think I scared him when I told him that if his cards weren't red, we might kick him out of the tournament. You see how carefully he made sure that. Never would do that to him, but I love staying on him.
Looks like Mark's going to limp in here. We'll let the graphics catch up to the holdings here. Yeah, Kent's going to come along. All right, we'll get caught up here. Frankie, David, everybody have folded. Mark's going to limp in with ace-jack suited. Kent's going to come along with queen-jack suited.
Martin's going to come along.
And Martin gets to check the 8-7 off, and no one's going to hit here.
Martin's not going anywhere now.
But
Neither is Kent.
Yep, open-ended for Martine, and the upper end of it for Mr. Kent. Kent's going to lead this out. See if Martine is interested in this.
By the look of his face, you would never guess it.
No, I mean, it's only 6,500. He's got a lot of chips. But even if you hit that jack, you've got to be afraid of having the wrong end of it. But it's hard to do. Mark, very pretty hand, just no action on it. Quick little update there from Miss Kelly. Martine makes a pair on the river, but that is the gin card for Kent, who's going to be only bet 6,500.
I like that bet.
And Martine, he's holding on to this a little bit long. What does he beat here? He doesn't beat anything. He can't beat a 10.
He can't beat the 9 that was originally bet on.
But he's going to pay it off anyway. Maybe he's just trying to pick up some information. But Kent's going to happily show that queen and jack and pick up that pot and that little extra cherry on top that Martine got thrown in there. Grateful Wisdom on at YouTube. Is that Reese? It is. The second half of the Bald and Beautiful.
All right, now we need to know who Grateful Wisdom is. They know both of us.
Well, they don't know who the Bald and the Beautiful is. Which one's which?
Oh, touche.
We're both bald, so
and both beautiful I mean, if you ask either one of us, we're both going to answer we're beautiful.
Absolutely, salt and pepper beards and all.
Yes.
So Martine and Nassim sharing blinds. I feel like that could become a problem later if Nassim continues to trend up. And Martin and him start getting closer in stacks because both are very capable players of making moves, and they're going to be heads up a lot later if they last through with more eliminations. You know, Ronnie's going to have to find a hand here as well. He's down to 59,000. Frankie Frankie calling? I can't see there. Old Robbie's head in the way. It looks like Frankie folded, and Mr. David, Queen Jack suited. Very pretty hand, but a very dangerous hand, in my opinion.
It's overplayed quite often.
Yeah. And he's going to share the diamonds with Abel. Abel's going to rip with that King 9 suited. Don't hate it. He's got less than 10 bigs.
I think it's safe to say there's not going to be a straight flush diamonds this hand.
No.
The 6 of diamonds is gone. They share the Queen Jack 9.
You could get there with the 9 or the.
No, the 6 is gone in Martin's hand.
Oh, the 6. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
No straight flushes. But I don't know if Davey can call this. It's 20. Well, yeah, we'll pick up the action here, but I'm pretty. Dable did go all in, and if his chip count is accurate, which it should be pretty close. It's only going to be about 25,000, but it's going to be about at least almost half of David's stack. Does he want to try it with Queen Jack? All you're hoping here is your opponent has 10s or less paired.
You don't even want him to have Ace King at this point.
No, like I said, I think you want to come in behind on this one.
He makes the call.
He did, yeah. He went ahead and he's going to look him up. He's got more equity
Than he thought.
than it looks like. There's 60-40 essentially here, but boy, it just does not feel like it whenever you're sharing a lot of outs with each other.
And there it is.
The 9 is going to pick up that.
The jack.
Top pair jack, and he needs that's it. No, he can't get that king, so we are going to lose Mr. Abel. Had a fantastic tournament. I was watching him play earlier. I had to move him around, I think, twice, so I got to see his chips. He had a little bit of a night, but he's unfortunately not going to make it into the money in this tournament, but well done by Mr. Abel.
So every player at our featured table is up on chips except for seat number 2. He's down 12,000. He's got 44,000 left, but every other player has shared in the busts of the players who've left.
Yeah. Martine, Martine's still up on the stream, even though he paid off Kent on that last hand, but he's still fine right where he started. The biggest build-up is Ronnie on that double up with the jacks, and followed up by Nassim, who had that one good hand.
Frankie just can't get anything. Then that's why he's down. He's gone through the blinds.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't think he's played a hand to the flop yet. Kent looking at a real pretty hand, but yep, he's going to let that go. You're cut off there. Martine with an ace might decide to raise this up with a button. It's going to look really suspicious being on the button. And you might see Nassim call a little bit more than he normally would, just because Martine's range is going to be pretty high on that button. Let's see what he raises it to here. It was 2,500 to call. He probably made it at least 7. Oh no, big raise, 4x, 11.5.
He wants those blinds.
Yeah, he's not messing around.
And the way he's made it look is he's made it look like he has a powerhouse.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, he 4x'd it. And, yeah, he's going to go ahead and pick up those blinds, which I don't hate. Like I said, he's every blind here, with including the big blind, you're talking 6,500 in chips. We do have the big blind ante in play. And just in case anyone's curious, we do, while we follow TDA rule set here at Code Jacks, we do follow the WSOP format of the big blind in first. So, Charlie, do you agree with that? I know you're a TDA man to the bone.
No, but the only reason I don't fully agree with that is I think the ante should have to be satisfied first, because the ante is part of something that every person, and the reason that it's only a big blind ante is it used to say big blind ante is 900, and you have 9 players, it would have been $100 per player. Well, that started taking too long, so we just the poker world got together and just said, hey, the big blind's going to play it, so you're paying the same amount all the way around the orbit's 9 hands. You're paying the same amount, and this will quickly speed up the action. But I truly feel that when they're satisfying the big blind first, the ante is getting lost. And what's the true point of having the ante then?
Yeah, your point of view is a point of view that's shared by many, including TDA. Is this you've already supposed to have put in that money. You shouldn't even have those
It's owed.
monies to put in. You owe it to the pot. Instead of paying $100 a hand for an entire orbit, they're just letting you pay the entirety of the 100s times the orbit in the big blind for the speed of the game. And so the logic for most people is that the ante comes first because technically it should already have been in and gone.
Because they owed it the previous
Right,
8 hands.
right. Now, WSOP standing is a lot like mine. While you're logical there, did Mark come raise 5,000 with the non-suited?
King 10 hearts went in the muck.
Yeah, Ronnie.
Ooh.
Big flop.
That's going to be an easy one to get away.
You think? You think
Yeah.
Ronnie just gives?
You got 17,000 in the pot. Mark called in the +1 position, so he was at the beginning. He's not going to call without Ace X there.
Yeah. Frankie came along for 2x. He was halfway in. Yeah, Ronnie's going to show the respect and looking at the dealer saying, I can't believe I'm folding this. But again, these are two guys that play a lot of poker together. And so they're going to, Ronnie's going to know that he's not doing much. Or who's he betting for now? Did we miss? I think we were missing somebody in the hand.
Yeah, I think
here.
this is the hand that we missed.
Okay, yeah. So we did get notification that we're going to have
The next one.
hand here missed. So we have a mystery player in the hand.
It looks to be seat number Wilson.
Yep.
Kent.
Kent's going to have a hand here, but I wonder if Kent came along on that with just a king as well, or if he has that last ace along with Mark. And if that's the case, I wonder if Mark's kicker's going to be good. Yeah, it's going to go ahead and hold. He doesn't have it. Mark shows his hand again. He likes letting people know that, hey, I'm a nice guy. I'm not a mean guy.
Well, I think he's letting them know when I bet I have it.
Yeah, yeah. It's a good story to tell. But back onto the Big Blind Danny story, your logic and reasoning is exactly what TDA logic and reasoning is, and I completely understand and agree that you've owed those monies. You should have phantomly paid those monies for every single hand. But the only reason I side with WSOP is because I have a hard time imagining myself walking up to a player and saying, you are all in for less than the ante.
For 1,500 right now, and you can only win.
And all you can win is your $1,500 back because you don't qualify for the big blinds. And so anybody who limps in, you don't get any of their monies. And if you happen to win the pot, all you can win is your ante back. And I think that's kind of why WSOP does it.
And so
just not to have to explain that to somebody.
now, with me being on the side of the fence I am on, I am fully for the WSOP rules because I've had to be that person in a main event, and I've had to tell a player that you are all in and you can only win your ante.
Yeah,
and they won the hand, and all they won were their chips. It's kind of a it's a knife in the back on that because that you should have been eligible for everything. So I can argue either way. It depends on if you catch me smiling or catch me mad at a player. But either way, one way, half a dozen another.
I just side on the fence of what the casual players are used to, because while we have a lot of lots of Hendon Mob and bracelet winners and things like that here in West Texas, we have a pretty big majority of just casual players.
Ronnie says I am all in, and it's the degree all in moment.
Mystery hand. I think it was the Jack's Lynx mystery hand before they got rid.
Oh yeah, and then it went to the beef jerky. Yeah, the beef jerky.
Yep, Jack's Lynx. Yeah.
Hey, it's getting about time for the World Series poker to roll around again.
It is.
I'm excited about the bomb pot tournament they added.
Bomb pot tournament, and they're calling it Big O for the first time ever instead of Congress.
And it's a 10K.
I think so. I think the Big O's a 10K.
Yes.
You know, I heard something interesting. I spent the last few days in East Texas at one of our locations in Texarkana, Texline at Card Club, or Texline Card House, fantastic little card house there in Texarkana. And a few players there said that once you start going east of the Mississippi, they're calling it Big O, like we are, but they're still using the name Congress because they're playing a variant of Big O to where you have to have 2 pair or better to qualify for a high.
Well, that sounds interesting.
So you can't just, if 2 people are going for the low and Oh, but I got a pair of jacks. I get the half the pot. No, they're saying that
There is no, so like the
if
qualifier for the low,
the
if there's not
low
three cards, eight or
less,
lower.
yep. There's a qualifier for the high of 2 pair bet.
Oh, I like
I think I
it.
kind of do like that.
If we introduce that here, you know our field of great people, they're degenerates and they will eat that up. And as a matter of fact, the first break I get, I want to go right now. I want to go mention that to
talk
somebody.
those guys, yeah. So what they're calling Congress here? Martin's going to look up Ronnie and list all in here. So
Ronnie's got to have ace, and so that puts
Ace.
all
Ace.
four aces out.
Yep.
Ace three, ace six, ace nine, and I think that's ace queen.
Yep. So Ronnie's going to be in way better shape
Then well,
even though he is.
now they're telling each other, hey, I folded ace, I folded an ace, so
Yeah.
they're looking for kicker action.
Diamonds or sixes.
A four or
four for a sweat.
5-3 is the best hand in poker.
5-3 is just your hand. You know, 5-7 is my hand, so I would have beat you that hand.
No, I would have bet you out on the flop.
Ronnie's going to double up with that ace queen kicker, and you know, Martine, that was a little swing for the fences there. I mean, that was a good quarter.
It took him a while to make the call.
It was a quarter of a stack with that ace six.
He was calling, hoping he had something like king queen suited,
Yeah,
king jack.
He was feeling it for sure. But yeah, that's and I don't know how popular exactly this game is or how widespread it is, but it sounds like right now from these people in East Texas that I was talking to, they're calling Congress alive and well, but it is a qualifier high. Just like
Man,
the
I will be right back.
He's got to go spread that news right now. I think it would be a fun variant of Big O. I really do. Martine is going to come along with maybe no, he could have folded, and this team's going to fold. Nothing here much for anyone. Frankie's finally got a hand. Unfortunately, nobody in front of him making any moves. He's got 35-5. He's not going to jam it in here. He's going to raise it up a little bit, 9,000. Neither David nor Mark are going to be a customer, so Frankie, unfortunately, not going to earn many chips for that hand, but he does get some of those blinds back, keeping him over that 40,000 mark, almost 20 bigs around there remaining, so he's still got plenty of time to catch a hand. Again, this is the $50,000 zero entry tournament. All the players, all 66 players participating in this tournament today qualified in our monthly qualifiers. You had 3 months, one qualifier per month, to get in the top 15% to qualify to play in this $50,000 zero entry tournament. And the fabulous belt that we have that goes along with this tournament, the giant WWE looking wrestling belt. That belt has been sitting at Celebrity Card Club in Odessa since December when we had this event, the free roll event. And so we are going to either send it back to Odessa if someone from Odessa wins it, or it's going to be going to a different club. It could be going to San Angelo, it could be coming to Midland, or it could be going back to its home where they have enjoyed that thing hanging on the wall for the last 3 months. David H. can raise it up to 6,000 with a suited ace. Mark is going to defend with 4,500, and same with Kent Wilson. 6 deuce 8. Mr. Kent flopping bottom. David with top. David, he let out this pre-flop, but he's not going to get a chance to here on the flop. Kent's going to bet 6,000. I don't think David's going to go anywhere. He's got a lot of chips, even though that is, 8% of his chips or so. It's hard to give up top on that dry of a board. And a king on the turn here that's probably going to slow down somebody, but not Mr. Wilson. He's going to bet 11,000. And Dave's going to let that go, so fantastic play. He answered the aggression and then took the lead to take the hand away without getting the lead in the hand. Great poker there out of Mr. Wilson. Going to be in the small blind. And I believe that's our newest addition to the table. I believe his name is Henry. Looks to have a decent little stack there. It's going to come into the big blind as per usual, coming into the worst position. Martin picks up a playable hand right out of the gate with his new neighbor on his right in the big blind. Immediately going to be raising his big blind, so that's got to be a little bit frustrating. We'll see what Henry has on his way around. Nassim not going to do anything with the 10-3 off unless he's feeling creative. No, not this time. Freaky with a real pretty hand, king, jack suiting. I'm going to let that go. Very disciplined lay down there. David H. Queen 10 going to lay that down. Mark, even a prettier hand. Suited connector is a fantastic hand to run down some really big hands with. He's on the button, has position, but it's going to be for almost 10% of his chips, so he's going to go ahead and lay that down. Wilson with the king 8. He's got some soldiers out on the battlefield. See if he wants to defend them. Not this time. He's going to fold. And Henry's going to pick up that. Henry's going to fold his 4 deuce. And so Martin's going to pick up this $7,500 pot and do it a lot more comfortable than I did. We are on hand, let's see here, hand number 19 on this feature table. Blinds are up to 1,500, 3,000 with a 3,000 big blind ante. Robbie is still in the box there. Y'all doing 1 hour or 30-minute rotations, Chris? 1 hour or 30 minutes on yours and Robbie's rotations?
Okay.
You don't know? Okay. Yeah, we got Chris here running the board. Our action tracker inputting the action into the computer for you can follow along at home.
So we've been going for about an hour.
Okay, so whenever you're ready.
So do we just swap places?
Mr. Jason on YouTube says, I'm new here. Well, welcome, new here. It says Kojak's live. We are 15-minute delay, but essentially live for this $50,000 zero entry tournament. I can pull up the tournament clock here. Now it's a little bit into the future since we are on a 15-minute delay, but we're about half the field left out of 66 players that qualified for this tournament. First place, $15,000 in this $50,000 guaranteed tournament. A lot of nothing being folded around here. Henry, second hand here at the table, going to pick up ace-8 off. He's on the button, so it's going to look like a little bit of a suspicious raise to 9,000, but it's going to get through here unless Nassim decides to defend his big. Does he want to put in 6,000 more? No, it goes and lets that go, and Henry's going to pick up some blinds there and pick up what he lost in the last couple hands in the blinds himself to stay where he needs to over 6 figures, 11,000. Jason, it is not a one-day tournament. We're going to play. We started with 66. They started with 50,000 in chips, lots of chips to play with very friendly blinds. We're going to play down to 9 players, and then tomorrow all 9 players will be in the money starting at 3 p.m. right back here on Kojak's Poker Club YouTube and Kojak's Poker Club at Facebook Live to see who wins the $15,000 first place prize on this $50,000 prize pool tournament. This tournament is a mix of all three West Texas locations, Midland, Odessa, and San Angelo, Texas. We had three qualifiers, one per month in January, February, and March in all three locations. Top 15% of all three locations and all three tournaments for all 3 months all qualified to play in this $50,000 zero entry tournament. Mark's going to raise this up 11,000 with the pocket rockets. Nassim not going to have anything to do with those cards in the small blind. Let's see if Ronnie shows some pretty good respect here, or if he's just hoping that Mark Hamilton has jacks or worse. He's going to defend. He's crept his way back to almost 6,000. I'm sorry, almost up to 100,000 in chips. Let me turn myself up here. Chris, how's that on, Chris? How's that volume? Is that a little bit better here? This setup here live stream, we can't quite always hear ourselves, and it's hard to know where the audio is on a lot of these, but if it's too much or if it's too little, feel free in the chat to let us know. And Mark picking up another pretty hand right back from the pocket aces down to ace king. Just as pretty. He's going to go ahead and do the same thing, and the table's going to get tired of this. Raising to 8,000, less than he did with the aces. Less than he did with the aces. Nassim has the button. See if he defends his position here. He does not. See if I can increase some of the volume here. We get some additional feedback from some other people who I know are watching. There's quite a few people watching right now. We've got about 50 people across both platforms here, tuning in, watching their favorite players play down to a final table to try to get their piece of that $50,000 prize pool and take home that nice belt. I'm going to get that belt and put that on camera here when I take a break here momentarily. And I remember last in December when we did this tournament, I liked showing off that wrestling belt and people liked watching it. So we're going to have that belt working its way back into one of the clubs. It's been in Odessa at the Celebrity Card Club since December. And now that we've done this again to completion, they can either take it back if one of their players win, or it will move on to a different club in San Angelo, or maybe here at Kojak's. Martine's not going to get any action on that ace-jack. And looking at the chip stacks, you know, Martine's lost... he lost about a fifth of his chips since we started the feature table here. Frankie has lost about a third, almost a half of his stack. Mark Hamilton's chipped up really well, and Ronnie has chipped up really well. Ronnie was on life support, got some jacks early, and they held up. And he's added quite a bit to his stack. Came in with about 30, and now he's got about 85. So a little more than double, almost triple his stack. Wilson's done a little bit of the same, chipped up and then chipped right back down, unfortunately. Nassim, who hasn't looked at much, is going to look down at Queen 9 suited and be very tempted to call this hand. we'll see what happens here. Yeah, that's what I figured. He's looked down at some really tough holdings the last 30 minutes or so. So Queen 9 looking very attractive. Ronnie, who's got the newfound chips to play with, may come along here in the cutoff for 9,000, but he does have two other people or three other people still to act behind him, and he's only got 85,000. So he could get committed real quickly. And Ronnie's going to actually 3-bet this. Wow, did not see that coming. Fantastic move, though, but he put it at that awkward amount to where he doesn't have much behind, less than a full bet behind. So Nassim knows that he's not playing around. He's basically committed himself here. And a great pickup there by Ronnie. And picking that up without a flop, but that re-raise there, pretty strong. You don't see people do that quite, I don't want to say not enough, but it's definitely underutilized in a lot of tournament play. People that uh, played some of these weekly tournaments, and you 3-bet somebody, and you definitely get their attention. Yeah, we are. I'm going to go ahead and turn up the audio a little bit more. Seems like a few of the people out there in the Facebook and YouTube world want me to be a little bit louder. I'm going to make sure you guys hear a little bit of everything here, but we'll get this handled up here. Get this turned up to where if you're listening instead of watching, maybe you definitely want to hear as much as you can if you're driving. You can always have the stream on and have little play-by-play by Charlie and I. Speaking of which, Martine's going to pick up that Queen 10 offsuit. Very, very attractive hand to a lot of people. Wilson's going to have the pocket eights, and he's going to go ahead and set mine. Going to call. It's going to be a little more than 10% of his stack, so he's looking to improve and join another 8 to go with the 2 in the hole, or it's a very small flop, and that is the best flop you can ask for pocket eights. He's going to immediately check it, and Marty's going to check that behind. The problem is, unless this turn, nope, he's going to go ahead and he's going to c-bet this. Did Martine bet 8 here, and Wilson immediately check raised him. Gosh, I would have loved to seen a smooth call there out of Wilson. Just give Martine a chance to catch up here. So he did call it, and he picks up the perfect 10. And so, yeah, I mean, he's getting exactly what he needs to here. The line still looks strong due to that check raise there on that flop, but it's going to be kind of tough here for Martin to lay this down now that he's hit that 10. 42,000. It's going to be for about a quarter of his stack. He's got to put in another 40,000 to win over 100. So if Martin can convince himself that he's right, that Kent just has big cards and just barreling here, Mr. Wilson's going to pick up a very nice pot and get maximum value on this top flopped set with a very dry board. This hand wouldn't even exist if we hadn't hit that 10 on the turn there. Can Martine sniff this one out and just say, you know what, I don't think you're messing around this time? I've seen Wilson throw some bluffs out there. I've seen him do it. But at this stage, with these blind levels and playing for a $50,000 prize pool, Martine may be able to sniff this out, but it's only about a quarter of his chips and can get a very big jump here. He's thinking about it still, trying to work out in his head what Wilson would have called with pre and then check raised with. I mean, it's just got to be eights, deuces, or trays every day of the week, right? Set mine pre-flop and spring the trap on the check raise on the flop. But Martine hitting that 10 sure makes him want to believe that Wilson is just firing on all cylinders with nothing but 2 overcards. He made the call, just leveled himself into thinking that Mr. Kent had nothing. And I think Martine's probably going to want that one back. I think whenever he sees this later on, he's going to think to himself, yeah, this hand made a lot more sense in retrospect, which it always does for all of us. But I think Martine's going to want that one back, and that's going to catapult Kent. Wilson there, he goes back Kent. That is going to catapult him to a very respectable stack with the blinds here at 15, 3, and 3. The players will be going on a break here any minute, and we will be taking a 15-minute break as well. Again, this is the $50,000 zero entry tournament. We're going to be playing down to the final 9. And then tomorrow at 3 p.m., we are going to give away that beautiful belt, which I will get after the break. I got to bring that belt back into the studio. I can't believe I left that on the table, but the players have been out there looking at it all day long, so I'll bring it into the stream. But not just the belt, but $50,000 prize pool where there are $15,000 up top in first place. So it's going to be a knockdown drag out tonight to get to that final 9 and into the money, and then a really good solid day tomorrow of poker, playing that final table. 9th place is going to get $1,500. So if you come back tomorrow, you're in the money on that final table. $1,500 is not bad at all on a zero entry tournament where you only spent $20 on some bonus chips. So $1,500 for 9th and 8th place, and then it just goes up from there all the way up to $15,000 for first place. Hagman going to flop best here with ace 10. Henry was looking for some suited connectors in the big blind, and going to let this one go. And Mr. David, who was I believe he was a triple qualifier. I'm going to need to look at my notes. That means he played in all 3 tournaments, the 3 qualifiers once a month that we had, and qualified in all 3 of them. Got in the top 15% in all 3 tournaments, and that's really impressive. Really impressive there by Mr. David. And so since Mr. Kent lost the player to his left, he's still unfortunately going to have Martine in his big blind when he is the button, even though he picked up 1 additional amper there, and Henry in the small blind immediately to his left. Martinez still going to be camping on his button, but after that last hand, that last payoff, that gave Mr. Kent a lot of chips. So Martinez going to have to find a little different gear here and try to get that money back because he is down almost 100,000 in chips since the start of the live stream 28 hands ago. Almost 100,000 in chips down. Mark looking at pocket kings with a lot of folding in front of him. Let's see, he's going to raise it up probably and just try to see if there's anybody home to bite. And luckily for him, we got some pretty decent hands coming along behind him. Kent Wilson, ace-jack offsuit. Martin with queen-jack. It's kind of hard to call with queen-jack offsuit with a bet and a call behind you or in front of you, but he is kind of steaming from that last hand. So didn't see him laying this down, and he does not. Looks like Henry might have defended with the queen 10, but Mark is going to flop the world, and let's see if he plays this a little bit differently than Mr. Kent did on his top set. Now he's going to go ahead and bet it. It's checked all the way around. Bets 10,000 and not going to get any customers, unfortunately. Let's see if he shows this one. He has shown his hand in the past. We're not going to be able to see it anyway, but should be going on break at any minute. And when we do, we're going to take a break as well for 15 minutes. Yep, it looks like we're on the break now. So let me slide over here. I was kind of out of the way there for Charlie there joining me. He is doing some tournament stuff, but I'm going to put you on a 15-minute timer. And while they're on their 15-minute break, we're going to come back. We've got about a little over 30 players left in this $50,000 tournament, and we're playing down to 9 players. So stay tuned in, root on your favorite player. We might get a count on how many people are left from each club and see who's going to represent their clubs at that final table tomorrow at 3 o'clock. But they've got to get there first today by making this final table of 9. And we're going to take you all the way to that final table of 9, and we'll be back in 15 minutes. air conditioner for a few minutes here in the room to kind of cool it off, but it's going to go off here shortly. So the noise from the air conditioner here will go away here shortly. Henry with pocket nines, raising it up to 11,000. The blinds are 2,000, 4,000. Ronnie's going to defend his big with King Jack, and Mr. Kent Wilson will call as well in the hijack. And ace does hit the flop, and so that's going to bring Mr. Kent in the lead here with the aces. Henry decides not to see bet, and Kent's going to lay low with his top pair here. I like that move. Give some other people an opportunity here, but now he's going to go ahead and spring it here for 15,000. Not much Henry can do here with the ace out there, and it's a lot of chips here for Ronnie to call for the gut shot with the queen. So Mr. Wilson's going to get even a little more healthier. Back his stack up now, back up to 161,000, which is way more than it was when we started this live stream 30 hands ago. He's up on the stream about 115,000 in chips. So he has had some good fortune here at this featured table. We've got about 30 players remaining in this tournament. We're playing down to a final 9 tonight. A final 9. And they will come back tomorrow at 3 p.m. and we'll have it here live on YouTube and Facebook, playing for that $50,000 prize pool. $15,000 of it can be for first place. So these guys are vying to come back tomorrow, along with a few more tables out in the room. And I was just out in that room during the break, and there's a lot of poker going on at Kojak's tonight. So if you are listening and anywhere close and itching to play, I didn't even count. I'll look it up. I don't know how many cash tables we had out there, but there was plenty of poker action to be had at Kojak's on this Saturday night. Let me look it up here. We've got 1, 2, 3. We have 3 5 on the button games going, and 1, 1, 2, and then about to open up a PLO table, 5 on the button PLO table. And we still have a lot of people in this tournament. Like I said, there's about 30 players left in this tournament, and a lot of them will be looking for cash afterwards. So we're going to have plenty of cash available the rest of the night here at Kojak's in Midland. And in the box after this break is Mr. Chris, a fantastic dealer and live stream operator here at Kojak's. Dealing out hand number 32 of this live stream. Mark Hamilton looking at King 7. Built up his stack real nice. Henry's going to wake up with the aces right after those pocket nines. See what he raises it up to here. Looks like it's about the same as he did last time, the 11,000, trying to get some action to go behind him. Nassim with a pretty jack 9. Going to go ahead and let that go, though. Ronnie 5 deuce, no shot. Frankie may look to defend his small blind here with ace jack suited. So Henry is going to get himself some action and be way, way ahead with pocket aces versus ace jack suited. So Frankie here looking for some diamonds to play catch up, and it's going to be all black clubs. No help for Mr. Frankie, and he's going to drop all the way down to 1% equity. Runner jacks, it looks like. And it's going to be a bet fold situation, so Henry's going to get a few of those chips back that he had used up for the pocket nines last hand, and shows the aces, let them know they were serious. And everybody nodding in agreement, saying good job, good job. A little boost there for Henry to drag those chips. But starting in the one seat, you have Ronnie as a San Angelo player. He's got about 86,000 in his stack. Frankie, a Midland Kojak's player, 70,000. Getting a little short there, needs to make a move pretty soon. Followed by Mr. David, who is a Celebrity Card Club Odessa player with just under 80,000. Mark in the 5 seat, the other fantastic beard at the table, out of San Angelo, Texas, playing from the River League with 175,000. Mr. Kent Wilson, 6 seat, 160,000 in chips. Henry, also a River League at San Angelo player, just pushed over the 100,000 chip mark. And then Martine from San Angelo, 100,000, and Nassim, just under 90 from Kojaks. We got 2 people headed to the flop here. David coming in the small blind with his ace 10. Nassim in a hijack. Raised it up with ace deuce. No help to either player here. Nassim decides to go ahead and take a free turn card, give up the aggressive action, and see if David wants to take the lead. No, he doesn't. He's going to check it. Nassim could put in a bet here and try to take this hand down now. Picking up a little wheel draw at least. A 4 would give him a great hand. David's going to sniff this out. That's pretty good. Pretty good. He had that check raise earlier. And he says, I've got ace 10. I'm going to float this. And, oh, that's a bad card for Nassim. And Dave's going to check it in flow. That's tough. That is tough. This is going to be a difficult one for Nassim. He's going to bet out, and you might see David raise. Yep, David's just going to immediately rip it, and Nassim just can't call. Not only does he have a deuce kicker, but that is the third heart that's going to come in. He's going to ask for a count here with David, but we're posturing at this point. There's no shot that he's going to call. It was a good bet, but too many hearts, too little of a kicker. Do a little count up here and see what he's got left if he folds, which more than certainly is going to need to. But again, you can't just insta-muck and make these guys feel good about check raising you, because you never really know. You don't want them to know what you might do. So a little posturing here from Nassim. Act like he's giving it a real thought. Making David sweat it just a little bit. Is it just a tough river card all the way around? Pretty much the only card that would make him think and lose. The only card he was really needing was a 4. And he's going to go ahead and decide that this is enough time of posturing. Maybe. Making comments. I mean, maybe he's really thinking about this. Maybe he's really leveling into himself that David could be making a move here. And Nassim just might think that his ace is good. He's really thinking about it. Didn't think he was, but no, he shows him the ace. See if the ace scares him. Here at Kojak's, we allow heads up play. A little speech play, a little showing of cards. Part of a skill base of the game. He truly is pained. I'm a little surprised. I think he's way more serious about contemplating the call than I thought he was. And he makes the discipline lay down regardless. It was painful, but it was the right move. That's the only card that really makes him think. And it looks like David showed him the card there, tapping the table saying good hand. And was shown that he was out-kicked at a minimum. But David could have had hearts there. He could have had any ace is going to be better than an ace deuce. So while Nassim thought that David might have been up to nefarious intent, and in fact he was not. It was a good bet up against an ace. So that's going to bring Nassim down to 56,000. So he's going to have about 12 or 13 big blinds left. So he's going to be looking for a place to put this in here. And we'll see if the pain of that river ace affects his play on the way to trying to get those chips back. Henry and Martine looking down at rags. Nassim with pocket deuces here. Yeah, he's looking. He says, I've got about 12 bigs here. I've got a pocket pair. I'm going to be ahead of a lot of people here. Looks like he's just going to put in the call and try to see if he can get a free set mine, which is a definite valiant effort. Ronnie with the very attractive suited connectors. Is this serious? Is this mine? Oh, I don't know. I'm going to show him, Charlie, what you just did for me. Look at this. Look at this.
The bald and the beautiful strike again. Chocolate and vanilla. That's what we're going to say.
And then all spades flop with a set. You just got here just in time. Look at this. Pocket deuces flopping a set.
Oh, that's
Ronnie
disgusting.
Flopping the nines. And Nassim is going to bet this out, and he has too many chips to fold at this point. Ronnie might have to take the line to raise this here to protect a 4 to a flush on the board. Yep, he's going to reship it here. And
Nassim's going to have to make that call. Where did this sounds terrible. Where did all of Nassim's chips go?
he just last hand, he was betting into David quite a bit. David was calling him the whole way. And David had the best of it. But, yeah, it's going to be the hand that plays itself from this point. Nassim had too many chips invested. Can't lay it down. Looking for a board to pair, a 6-5 or another deuce. Now he's picked up some more outs with a 3.
There, chop chop.
No.
No, oh, never mind. I saw the straight out there.
No.
I was like, chop chop.
No. And we are going to lose Nassim, a fantastic, fantastic player representing Kojaks. And yeah, just ran into a few bad hands and lost that little decent mound he had worked really hard to build. And but that's tournament poker for you.
I also noticed a different thing. Seat 8 had 2 barrels of 5,000s. He's down 114,000 chips.
You're talking about
Martin.
Oh yeah, no. I missed anything major from him, but he's been on a unfortunate downtrend since the live stream. He came in as a pretty significant chip leader, and Mr. Kent Wilson, you know, he's built his stack up along with Ronnie, especially after that hand there, to bring him back healthy. Mark's given back a little bit, but he's still upped his chip stack to 170.
So if you're ready to watch some fights, Kojaks has the fights on just about every TV to match up with, I think, the 5 cash tables now that we have running out there. It's going to be an exceptionally busy night. Well, how many players do we have left in this tournament?
About 30 last time I looked. Of course, we're looking at a live view here, but and we're on the screen, we're 15 minutes behind, so we can see how many we have live here. You reminded me of that, so I didn't ruin it.
Wah, wah.
But I was telling about all the cash games we had out there. I went out there during the break, and there's people everywhere.
There's 4 cash tables, about to be 6. Are you ready for poker in West Texas? Because it is ready for you. Henry, King 5, picking up a battle of the blinds. Does King 5 dominate 6-4?
I don't know. I'm trying to think of somebody's favorite hand. Somebody that I know, King 5 suited. I don't know. Not mine, that's for sure.
I don't like it. It's too far apart.
But you know what I like about the cash games out there?
What's that?
The range.
Oh, yes.
The range. It's one of my favorite things in a poker room is when you have everything from a 1-2 game all the way up to a very high-end PLO game.
We had a dealer last night who dealt the largest pot of their life. There was over $22,000 in that pot.
Yep, and she was keen to tell me about it as soon as I saw her today.
She was pretty excited about that.
And that's how that PLO gets here sometimes. But again, it really makes me happy to see a full range of
Something for everybody.
games. Yeah, because that nothing makes me happier than to see a little bit of everything for everybody. So we have the 1-2 game, several 5 on the button games, and then we also have the PLO that's going to be going on tonight.
I would really like to see a 1-2 round of each get kicked off, though.
1-2 round of each. Yeah, that's a kind of a middling game with some good action. I've had a little bit of request to raise our volumes up here. So if you hear me enjoying this fantastic milkshake that Charlie brought me, I already bought me dinner today too.
I know.
I haven't seen you in a while. You're just all just kind of rekindling our bald and beautiful.
Man, you got to have that good relationship. And look at this. The battle of 9-7 versus 10-6. 10-6 leads out, didn't they? On a flop of ace, king, 5. Welcome to West Texas poker.
Well, Ronnie's putting those newfound chips to work.
And it's going to work.
And, you know, Martine, he says, Martine, you got a burger over there. I can bet and pick up this pot because you're concentrating on that burger. I do that. If they got food at the table, I'll bet because
Yes.
they're interested in eating.
Yes, they're hungry. And I was just about to say, do you think they're taking advantage of the fact that Martine is eating now?
I would be.
Because you don't see anybody else at this feature table snacking down.
Martine, you hear that? We're calling you out for eating on a feature table live stream. What's up, buddy? I can't say anything. I got a milkshake.
Yep, I got one too. And I wasn't even sure what flavor you would like. And since I like vanilla and chocolate, I ordered each because I was going to take whichever one was left.
I would have done either. You could hand me either one, and I'd have been happy. I actually was in the mood for a chocolate shake last night in Texarkana.
Uh-oh.
And there's a nice pizza place next door, and you're talking about custom pizzas, spaghetti
Malts?
bowls. They had malt.
Oh.
They had frozen custard drinks. I mean, if I go to Texarkana too much, I'm going to gain 30 pounds.
Speaking of old places, anybody in the chat remembers Shakey's Pizza here in Midland? That place was a top-notch place. We got a hand brewing, pocket 4s, pocket 6s, and ace jack. I don't think anybody's going anywhere.
No, we got a raise and a call from both spots.
And 400,000 in chips sitting in the hand, in each of their hands.
Not a lot.
Gut shot for each of them. Nope, gut shot for the 6s.
Mm-hmm. 6s, yeah. And Kent Wilson being aggressive here.
He's got the best hand. So now it's 4s versus 6s, and it's 6s versus themselves, and the aggressor wins. Button slid around. Big Taco finds himself in that big blind with the big blind ante. Blinds are now 2,000, 4,000. $27-ish people waiting. We will be redrawing at the final 18, a full redraw for the final 2 tables. So how is everybody doing in the chat tonight? Tell us where you are. Tell us where you're from. Tell us who you're rooting for. Give us a like. Give us a love. The bald and the beautiful. Drinking a milkshake. Bringing it to you with razor blade style. Ace 3 just looks so pretty suited.
Yeah, all the suited wheels. Everybody's playing
Oh,
them these
speaking of the suited wheel, walked out there on table 6. Guy flips over ace 4 of spades. Flop 2, 3, 5 of spades.
days. Steel wheel.
Steel wheel. I walk to the next table. Guy flips over king 9 of spades, and 10 jack queen is on the board
2 straight flushes in the room at the same time.
on the same hand. On the same hand.
That's fantastic. Martine looking at his suited wheel cards again, but he's going to let those go. It's easier to raise than it is to call with it, but
Yes.
people are definitely overplaying them. And Mark hadn't seen much in the last 30, 45 minutes.
So he might overplay him a little bit.
Yeah, they're looking good, but he did limp in with them, and Henry's going to raise it up. 11,000 has been his standard. He's done it with 9s and pocket aces, and now king jack. So I think he likes the amount more than he does.
Henry
what
likes
it
the
means.
action.
Always, always. There's a decent looking flop for Frankie, who's going to immediately rip it into Henry's face.
Henry can't go much further with that unless he's just feeling frisky, feeling lucky, or can see the future.
Nah, he doesn't much like folding, especially when he's the aggressor, but cannot continue here with King Jack. So Frankie's going to chip up a little bit there. Decent little pot for Frankie.
Looks like we got a player coming in.
Yep, that is
Player coming in, seat 9.
yeah.
Oh, that happened 15 minutes ago. And a player in seat 6. I remember that.
You were out there with the milkshakes.
Yes, I just walked by with the milkshakes. So we have officially had milkshakes now.
So I didn't see who it was that they brought in just yet, but I'm sure they got the information. We'll be able to pull it up.
So it looks like a person by the name of Ricardo, 81,000 chips sitting in seat number 9.
Okay, so he's got some little fighting chips. Oh, and then the seat 6, that is Eric. He's a San Angelo player.
This is just a San Angelo home game almost.
I'm telling you, we need to spread them out. I don't want them putting each other out. I want that belt to have a shot coming to San Angelo, the River League.
No, it's going to Kojaks this time.
It's going to stay here this time.
Okay, I'm a closet fan of 9-2 suited.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a closet fan of it.
I cannot say that I have any affinity for 9-2.
I like a 9-2 suited. It's like 5-3. If you raise it up and the flop comes 9-9 or 9 deuce deuce, nobody suspects.
No one's
anything.
going to see it coming. That's for sure.
And then you just take all the aces money right then. Then you give it all back when they hit an ace on the river. Barry Greenstein style.
Yep. Ronnie may defend the button here.
Frankie's
Queen,
no,
no.
Frankie doesn't even. Frankie
No.
calls before he calls.
Yeah, Ronnie raised it to try to take control of this hand, and Frankie said, "Okay," literally immediately. Ronnie got him some playing chips and trying to make some moves here.
Those chips fell before his was all the way in.
Yeah.
Look at this. 8, 7 deuce, all diamonds. Both hold a decent diamond. Is he going to check it or is he going to bet it? It looks like he's going to bet it.
He may keep his foot on the gas here.
Check, check.
Nope, but he goes check, check. So
Frankie's going to win the hand now because Frankie's going to lead out.
I think, yep, he sure is. No,
Queen 9 is just a hard hand to call right here.
Ronnie's going to posture here for a moment. No, look at this. Ronnie's gotten those chips, and he's putting them to work. Oh, no. Now that only leaves one over on Frankie. since
Frankie's
the
not
ace
going
came.
anywhere now.
Frankie's never folding.
And he only bets
Ronnie,
12,000.
Ronnie's just going to pay it off. Thank goodness he didn't raise for him. And, yep.
It didn't look like Frankie thought he won.
Yeah, he was. Wait a minute. So
Now you'll see a little smile crack on Frankie's face in a second.
yeah, that's a healthy pot, much needed by Frankie. There puts him over the century 100K mark.
That's the greatest feeling in the world. I really dislike it when dealers push you stacks of chips in barrels. I love it when they push them in just a mounding, heaping mess.
Well, you get to sit there and put them all back together. That's the fun of chips.
Boogie, how are you? Long time no chat. What are you up to? What are you up to? Where are you at tonight? Do you know what you're watching? Can you tell by the title? This is the 50K free roll. I couldn't get roll out.
0 entry, free roll, $50,000. 9 people are going to walk away with $50,000 prize pool.
Hey, if we ever do this again, I need off on a certain Saturday and Sunday because I plan on making it through.
You got to qualify for this thing first. You get 3 shots. That's it. Once a month for 3 months. If you get in the top 15%, then you can qualify to be in the free roll 50K. Martine and Ricardo both waking up with some pairs. Ricardo going to lay down the 7s. Didn't even think about it that long. Didn't think about it that long. And David as well with a pocket pair. So Martin, and he just called him.
Martin's in a little more trouble than he realizes with 1-8 sitting in Mark's hands.
Yeah. Mark's going to let that king 8 go. David did raise it. He did 3-bet it. And
Martin called.
no, Martin let it go.
Oh, it says to call. I
Call,
just learned
yep.
how to read.
Yep. So yeah, good move there by David.
Back from the milkshake break. Down here in Austin, living the dream. And I see y'all always doing it as big as always. Yes, Boogie, we tend to have a good time out here. We miss you. You definitely have to make your way back up. It is time for a Kojak's visit. We were actually, speaking the Bald and the Beautiful, got lucky enough to head over to Poker House Austin
Poker House Austin down
for
there
a
in Round Rock.
massive tournament.
$200,000 guaranteed tournament. We were sitting right here in these chairs when we announced that. It seems like it was years ago,
Oh my gosh.
doesn't it?
Yes, and I announced it with a smile. Reese announced it with a cringe, and we made it.
Yeah, it was a fantastic, fantastic turnout. It's better than I could have. I could ask for the world, but it came out really, really well. Kent here going to pick up an open ender with his ace 10, and Henry's got second pair with a gut shot. It just looks like it should fit, but it just doesn't quite fit. But he does have the lead in the hand.
I would much rather have ace 10 at this point.
It was 17 outs, too much out syndrome.
Yes, that means it's going to miss. That means it is going to swing and whiff. When you have enough outs to fill up the top of the screen,
You're in trouble,
yes.
believe it or not. But Henry can't call a third of his stack.
Oh.
Oh, he's going to show the bluff too. But he had the redraw to the ace. I didn't even see that. That was even more. That's where he got all those outs at. I was
Yes.
trying to figure out what I was even looking at. This milkshake completely distracted me.
Yes, he had just about every heart was still left on the deck on that hand.
Yeah.
You don't see that often.
Mm-mm.
So we'll tell you the difference in our styles of eating milkshake. Reese is still using the straw up at the top of his. I've got a spoon. I'm about halfway through mine. I'm shoveling.
I'm taking it nice and easy with mine
Yes.
because we may be here a while.
Yeah.
These guys are going to be fighting it out tooth and nail to get to this final 9 players. We've been at this tournament for about 7.5 hours, 8 hours almost. Yeah, about 8 hours almost. And we're about probably about 25-ish players left. We're playing down for 9, so these guys are going to be greedy. Going to be a lot of folding, but the blinds are not going to be super friendly. But they are set to where there's plenty of poker to be had. Blinds are 3,000, 5,000 with a 5,000 big blind ante.
Frankie's got some playing chips. Frankie's got queen jack. Frankie's got a min raise right here.
No?
He said, I worked hard for these chips. I didn't even realize I had the queen high flush. I'm keeping these.
There. These guys are playing for 15,000 up top. Mark's gonna raise it up pretty healthily for 12,000, and
You know what I do see a lot more of at this table? I see a lot more wisdom at this table. A lot of gray hair.
I see a lot of San Angelo people drawing blood against each other, and lessens the chance of that belt going to the River League.
Queen 10 pops it up. Both players pick up a pair, and it goes check, check real fast, and then real fast bet.
Yeah.
I like the way they're playing. They're playing really tricky poker.
Well, I don't know if Mark knows Kent never messing around here, but
And Mark does. Oh, he has chips behind.
yeah, you just can't. Yeah, he's gonna let it go.
Sounds about right.
See if Kent showed his hand here. I don't know if they'll show. Yeah, but he showed it. He's nodding.
Look at Mark shake his head.
Yeah, yeah. But I was beating you all the way till that turn card. No, he was beating him on the flop. Why don't you tell him what Kelly came in here and was asking us about? What did we do before the tournament started, and why?
I went blank for about 7 seconds. So we had double baggers, we had triple baggers, we had all kinds of good time fun before the tournament started. So we decided to celebrate them, and we did 5 drawings. We gave away some Kojak swag. I can't remember her name from CCC.
Miss Lingle.
Yes, Miss Lingle won Kojak's hoodie and a Kojak's hat. We had Mr. Johnny Scarborough. He won $200.
$200 worth of McDonald's gift cards.
Do you know how long I could eat chicken nuggets?
That would have been a fantastic prize.
Yes. Do you know how long I could eat chicken nuggets? Then Mr. Jamie Williams, he plays at both Kojak's and CCC, and
And Mark with pocket aces.
After these messages, we'll be right back with what we gave away. But we have pocket aces alert. I wish we had we have a soundboard here. Can I hit it?
We'll get it. We'll get it all set up.
I know which one's the clapping one.
I just don't know what volume it's at.
Oh.
He's gonna raise it up to 15.
So if and only if the pocket aces lose this hand, we're gonna hit that button right there. Okay.
Just a fair warning to everyone.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and turn that one down just a hair.
Okay, we survived. We don't have to do it right now.
Okay.
So Scarborough won the $200 worth of McDonald's, and then Mr. Jamie Williams.
Jamie Williams got his name pulled out of the hat next and won $500 cash money.
Cash money. And then the grand prize.
Mr. Jeff Morton. If you're ever in here, you always see him with his bottle of wine and dinner wherever he chooses dinner, and he loves PLO, and he now has $1,000 extra in his bankroll to play PLO tonight.
I bet he puts it on the table tonight.
But he's got a stack out there.
Oh, he does.
Yes.
He may not need it. He
No.
may not need it.
He's got a stack out there, and he did not bring his bottle of wine tonight. He only brings
Really?
it to play cat. Oh, he had one glass out of it when he first came in. He brought a 1 glass bottle of wine. If that makes sense, it only had 1 glass worth.
So he takes the tournament a little more seriously than it is his cash game.
Yes, and it's great. And you know, it's so amazing to watch players' styles, players' attitudes. He is a 360-degree different player cash in tournament.
I can see that for sure.
I love it.
I can see that for sure. I've seen him skip out on some tournaments because the cash games were just too juicy. So I haven't been able to see him play a whole lot. But I know he definitely has 2 different gears. Henry here is going to shove in his 50,000 last 10 bigs.
Mark can't make that call.
No,
That's
still a third of
a
the stack, yeah. And players are recognizing that they need to get this in while they still have 10, 12 bigs, while they still get fold equity out of their
That ring, what is that ring on his right hand, on Mark's?
It's that, I'm pretty sure it's my friend, I should know this, but I think it's one of the Texas A&M.
That's what
golden rings.
I
Yeah.
thought it was. Okay.
Yeah.
I saw when he turned his hand a while ago, and I thought it was an Aggie ring. My little nephew graduated 2 years ago, and he's got the exact same ring, and that's what I thought it was. But one thing I like to watch is players' habits. Look at their hands. Mr. Hagman up here in the top is just kind of just dropping his chips. You've got Mark over here. He's playing, cutting them in half, shuffling 4 at a time. You look at Martin. He's not shuffling them. He's flipping them. He's taking 1 and flipping it. You've got Ronnie in seat 1. He doesn't touch his chips unless they're going in the pot.
Nope, they're there, and he's leaving them alone. But he's got 119. He's got over the 6-figure mark. I think that's where you want to be right now. I'll take a look in the real time here. Ooh, average is gone up. It's probably closer to 120, 130.
So it's probably 130 right now.
Yeah.
So if you're watching and you enjoy Kojak's and you have Poker Atlas downloaded, or you love CCC, or you love the River League, jump on Poker Atlas and give us a review. We truly enjoy good reviews. Tell us how we're doing. Tell us what you love about us, and tell us what we can do better. Because I can promise you this: every one of those reviews are read. Every one of those reviews are handled, and good, bad, or ugly, we take them to heart. So jump on there. Jump on Facebook, leave us a review. Jump on Google, leave us a review.
Yep.
That's passed around. That's big in social media these days.
Yeah, it's something that I'm really proud of is how much we listen to, the customer feedback and we talk to everybody and, hey, what do you think of this? What do you think of that? And we do a great job on getting the feedback and listening to the feedback. We have a few players that, don't mind giving us the feedback, but we want everybody to give us feedback.
Good, bad, or ugly.
That's it, because the only way everything gets better is if we all work together and communicate. So,
We have little red boxes in all of these rooms,
yeah,
and only one person holds the key to those.
that's true. That is true.
Oh, Ace King versus Ace Quisha.
Yeah, Wilson's got him a stack here, and Eric, does he?
He shoves, and Wilson calls. Oh, there's the call, and here comes the raise.
Yeah, it's about a third of his stack just to call, so he may just go ahead and ship it here with the Ace King, and that's what he does. Yeah.
And look at this. He's eating. Do you take advantage of an eating player? They're
Yeah.
not interested.
If they're shoving all in with food,
That's scary.
that means
too.
they've got a really good hand. So the tell is still there. Ryan's going to throw this away, and
It's 50,000 a call.
Mr.
That's
Wilson,
one fourth, little over under
still
one
a
fourth.
quarter worth of his chips. I mean, he's only put in, what was it, 18?
And so he's asking for a count to see exactly how much more it is. Oh, he laid it down. That's impressive.
Big. Yeah, well, they both play in San Angelo, and like I said, you've always got to understand there is a little bit of a hometown experience between a lot of these guys, and so him and Eric do have a lot of tournament experience together. And he knows that Eric is not a guy that messes around that much. Mr. Jason in the YouTube chat asking what the seat rate is.
So a seat rate is dependent variable upon the game that you play here. We offer something really amazing. So we have our typical 5 on the button or bigger games. It's going to be $15 an hour, but if you do buy it in bundles, you do get a discount. So if you buy 1 hour, it's $15. If you buy 3 hours, it is $40. If you buy 9 hours, it's $100. So you get a big discount on that. However, if you play 1-2 no limit hold'em or 1-2 round of each or 1-2 PLO, it is $7 per hour at Kojak's. I mean, show me a place that you can go play 1-2 for less than that.
No, that's a great rate. And we are a private club here in Texas, so if you do show up, you need a valid ID, fill out a short membership application with us. And we have a daily rate or a monthly rate, depending on how much you want to play throughout the month. Martine, all in, 57,000. Gonna shove with some decent fold equity there.
I could see Kent making the call. I don't know. He folded ace queen. He's
Yeah.
not making the call. I just thought about that because I saw L Wilson. I didn't realize that was Kent at first.
Mm-hmm.
You know they ate Bob's Better Burger today.
And they didn't tell us? I've been telling
No.
somebody told me to get that.
Oh my gosh! So Bob's Better Burger is located on Wall Street and Thomason. When I'm 43 years old now. When I was 8 years old, my granddad used to give my cousin and myself $5. We had enough to go buy 2 steak finger baskets and 2 milkshakes and bring him. We split a milkshake and brought my granddad back one.
That's fine.
And I'm pretty sure they still use the same grease that they did in 1988. And that's what makes it so good.
delicious,
Oh
yeah.
yes, that's what makes it so great.
Somebody else asked me last time I was here in town if I had tried that yet.
One thing I like is you can't have too many pickles on your hamburger.
Mm-mm.
They take their pickles and chop their pickles up. It's not relish, but it's chopped pickles.
That's not bad, though. Eric going to get ace king back to back here. Does he do it again, or did he pick up too much?
He's got too many.
He's got too many chips now.
And he only raises to a quarter century.
Yeah, and gives him some fold, but I don't think you're ever going to fold ace king anyway.
I don't think Jack 10 folds.
Yeah, he might have said, okay, I gave you the last one. I'm going to look you up this time. Nope. He's going to pick up 2 in a row.
He is playing to win the tournament.
No, Kent Wilson is a fantastic tournament player. I think he got 3rd in our 50K guarantee.
The test one down there?
No, not the 50K.
20K.
No. He got 3rd in the 50K that, the one coach won at Celebrity.
Oh, that was the first go around of the tri club.
Yeah, it was
yes.
just a 50K though, right?
Yes, and we had 68.
Yeah, I think Kent got 3rd in that, didn't he?
Man,
He got 3rd or 4th.
do you know what I did last night? I slept.
You know what I didn't do last time? Sleep well. I was running a tournament in Texarkana until about 1 in the morning. And
Tell me,
just
tell me
catch
about
up
that.
back.
What? So that's a smaller poker room, and it's new. It's newer to the area. It's something that they've never really had in that area besides home games, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of poker, uh, not just history but community in Texarkana. I had no idea until I started talking to a lot of people. But Texarkana, Far East Texas, got a lot of poker, and we have the Tex Line Card House over there, and it is a smaller club. It's about the size of the river. They have 5 tables, and we decided to put on the first big tournament over there that we've had, and it's a $10,000 guarantee tournament. And we did 7 flights. The first one was yesterday.
What was
Uh,
the buy-in?
$140. That's it.
Ooh, that's
100,
too juicy.
$140, $10,000 guarantee tournament. And we're a little nervous. It's a brand new club. Not brand new, but not just getting out there too much. But the player base came through, and they had almost 40 entries on the first flight. Had over 4,400 in the prize
They
pool.
almost had half the prize pool
Half
on day
price pool
one.
on day one, and then the day two, flight B was today at 1 p.m. and they had an additional $2,300 added to the prize pool,
So they're three-fourths of the way
and
there.
and so they started a 6 o'clock flight, which was flight C today, and looks like yeah, uh, they've got another 26 entries in that one, so
They've got 4 flights left.
I think they've met the guarantee.
They've got 4 flights
Already.
left of a huge tournament in the action. Frankie calls. Ooh, look at this. Ace five. Look at Mr. Oh, I thought Mr. Hagman had 9-5.
Nope, he's got the ace queen, and he's gonna.
It's Ace Quisha. You got to learn the West Texas terminology. It's Ace Quisha.
He's gonna raise Frankie here. Can Frankie get away from? No, he's gonna set mine for deuces.
He's going to set mine for anything but an ace. Or not set mine, but he's looking for anything but an ace.
And he didn't get there.
He may lead out right here. Nope, he's
He's
done.
gonna check it. Dave's gonna bet it. And Mr. Frankie's gonna. No, he wants to count. He's gonna posture a bit. Let's see if he lays it down. He's got a lot of chips, just a hair under average. Yeah, he's gonna let it down. Dave is gonna show him the queen.
Out of respect.
Respect.
Kill him with kindness. Frank, you see that tap of the table?
Yeah,
That's international language for great hand,
That's it.
great bet. And
That-
Mr.
that-
Hagman said, here it is.
Mr. Hagman's a hardcore celebrity card club regular, and Frankie is a Kojak's regular, and that is.
They
two guys
both
across
recognize
city lines.
they both recognize that they're both in a lot of pictures on Facebook, so they both know that they know what they're doing.
They know each other knows what they're doing.
Yes, they know that he knows that they know that we know that they know that they're doing it.
Well, and even on the rest of the table, Mark in the seat 5, Kent seat 6, and Eric, big tournament. I mean, they're all over our Facebooks. All 3 of those guys, and we all know what Martine, what he's done. And, getting second in the last one of these, and
Look at Martine. All his chips are going in right here.
yep. So this is going to put a test to see if he
So-
can make another run at the belt right here.
How do you play jacks?
Oh, he's got what 13, 14 bigs. They're going in.
I mean, that's the only way I like to play jacks. Is all in.
And if everybody folds, you still pick up 13,000.
Yes.
You pick up
That puts him at
pick up
88,000.
yeah, pick up almost a quarter stack.
No, he's not. He's just going to big raise it. Probably 25, 30. We got to get our animations guy to get those bets typed in faster. I say that as we wink back at him.
And our operators and our dealers take care of the live stream. All we have to do is sit here and talk. You think? Yep, he's not going to get any action here. But like I said, he still picks up a
He says, I can't call you.
still picks up a
And-
nice little healthy.
And now everybody's going to believe that he's playing monsters at this point. Which,
Right.
when you get short stacked, you're only putting your chips in with that many chips. 10 big blinds. You're only putting them in if you have 10s or better.
Yeah, and it looks a little sus because the blinds are coming to you, but with that many people active behind you, you're going to be strong there 99 times out of 100.
It looks stronger than if that would have been on the button.
Exactly.
1 second, quick milkshake break.
Martine picking up another pocket pair here. Sixes. He is just going to limp in and try to see if he can see a cheap flop. Dave is going to have some nines. He's going to come along here. He went ahead and raised it. Looks like 13. Eric with the decent hand. He's already got 10 out there. Or he's already got some his small blind out there to see if he defends it for 10 more, and he does. Henry in the big, getting half, a little better, almost half, and he's going to go ahead and let that go. And Martine. Only 8,000 to go, but okay, he does just make the call. Ricardo's going to close the action. We're going to go 4 ways. Couple pocket pairs. A few Broadway cards. And 8, 10, 8. Ricardo's going to get himself top and take the lead in this hand. But 8, 10, 8 is not a bad board when you're holding 9s or even 6s. I don't hate a stab on this kind of board. And I think Dave is going to do it too. Not a big bet, 18,000. I think he'll get through everybody except Ricardo. Ricardo may have to decide to take a stand here with only 9 bigs left. And he is going to be big blind next hand too. No, he's going to let it go. Wow. Ricardo being a little on the tighter side there, but he's coming up on the big blind soon. He said, you know what, I'm going to find a better spot. Enjoying this milkshake from my fellow co-host. I don't mind writing myself out. Yes, I have a massive Sonic milkshake that I do not need. But I am doing nothing more than enjoying sitting back, watching these players get down to the final 9 of this $50,000 zero entry tournament. They are shooting for the final table of 9 players. And we're going to come back tomorrow and do the live stream of the final table where all 9 places will be paid. $1,500 for 9th place, all the way up to $15,000 for first place, plus a fantastic trophy belt. Oh, how did he get the belt? I said I was going to get the belt at the break. I'm going to text Charlie right now and tell him to, I don't know what you're doing out there, but bring me the belt. I even said I was going to bring the belt back in, and I got distracted and forgot. And then I had a milkshake and really forgot. Mark's 6s are still going to be good here. Martine's not going to make a stab at it. Martine picks up, or Mark's going to pick up a small pot here. We are on hand 53 of this feature table. We still have a couple other tables going out on the floor. Like I said, we're playing down to 9 players. And there's lots of cash out there as well, too. We had 4 or 5 tables going earlier with a couple more opening up, a couple different games, a larger PLO game. But we've also got 1, 2, and several 5 on the button games going on right now at Kojak's. Eric get him a blackjack in the cutoff. And raise it up to like 15. And, Martin in the small blind with King 4. Little backstory. That's his favorite hand. To everyone listening, you have no idea how hard it was for him to fold King 4 there in the small blind. He's not going to show it, but I promise you, if he could hear me, he would say, like, Reese knows. Blinds are still 3,000, 5,000 with a 5,000 big blind ante. Average chip stack reaching about the 130, 135,000 range. We've got three or four players just under that here at the feature table. Ricardo needing to really make a move at the bottom of the totem pole with 30,000 in chips. Martine and Henry all around the 50, 60,000. Ronnie just under the 100,000, and everybody else 100, 125, 150, all the way up to Kent Wilson at 194,000. David picking up the ladies' pocket queens, raising it to 23, and doesn't look like he's going to have any takers anywhere, unfortunately. No good hands, nothing to battle with, so he'll just pick up some blinds and survive another orbit. He's going to show the ladies. I don't know, he's not getting out of line. And Ronnie in the small and Frankie in the big blind. Frankie's still around that 100,000 mark. Picked up a couple pots to keep him going. This is one of the kind of longer, slower tournaments. Of course, they're playing for a lot of money on a zero injury tournament, so it doesn't have to be wild and crazy bingo poker. But Henry's going to make his 10 here with ace-9 off, and I don't see anything else to contend it with, so he's going to pick up this 8,000 in blind, plus the ante, so easy 13,000 in chips there, which is darn near a quarter stack raise there. We are on to hand number 57. See if we can get some kind of fireworks here, get this tournament game out of the muck here, but can't say I blame them. They're playing for a lot of money. Martine wants to see a flop with 9-7 suited. Very pretty hand. Nobody else with really much else to go along with it. Nope, never mind. Dave's going to wake up with queens in the big blind again, and he's just going to go ahead and immediately raise it up 25,000, and that'll be the end of this hand. I'm seeing him have quite a few. I think he's showed those queens to the table a few times. Somebody's going to ask him eventually if he's putting them back in the deck. And that's going to push him to the chip lead at the table, 233,000. Fantastic run there for Mr. David. Our average chips are creeping closer to the 140,000 range, which we have a good mix of here at the feature table. We got a few short stacks, but a couple at average and one above average, one or two above average. Henry looking at a suited blackjack, definitely going to participate in this hand. The question is just for how much. Looks like he's going to make it the standard. I raised it to 30, a real healthy raise. I don't think Ronnie can call with king, queen off suit for a third of his stack. And that might have been the whole reason Henry did that. He's definitely thinking about it, though. These guys have played quite a bit of tournament poker against each other, and Ronnie definitely knows Henry's tendencies to get a little overexcited once in a while. But this time he has the goods. He's playing it nice and good and proper for this $50,000 prize pool. And Mark's going to look down at rags, and we're going to go on to the next hand. So looking at the stream numbers here, looks like we've got about a little less than 50 viewers across all the platforms. Let us know in the chat who you're going for. Even a club. We've got representatives from the River League in San Angelo, right here at Kojak's in Midland, or the Celebrity Card Club in Odessa. We've got quite a few San Angelo club members here at this feature table. We've got a couple Kojaks, and I believe one Celebrity Card Club player. I do not know how many are left in the field, but all three clubs brought a pretty close equal amount to this zero entry $50,000 guaranteed championship to bring that nice wrestling belt back to the club to be put on display. Celebrity Card Club has had the pleasure of having that for the last few months, while we've done one more of these events in January, February, and March, culminating to today and tomorrow. All the players in this tournament had 3 shots to qualify for this tournament. One in January, one in February, and one in February, one in March, and one in April. And they came back in the second weekend of April. All the 15% of each one of the flights from each one of the clubs. Frankie's going to raise it up here with Ace Jack offsuit to 18,000. The blinds are up to 3, 6, and 6. 3,000 small, 6,000 big with a 6,000 chip big blind ante. And Mr. Wilson's going to defend his small blind here. Reached for chips and then checked. Let's see if Frankie falls for it. Yep, nope. Frankie's going to go ahead and c-bet this flop, and Mr. Kent Wilson needs to get out of the way of that. just defended a small blind there to the 3x raise. He was already a little bit on the way there, being in the small blind. This 3,000, 6,000 is going to start adding up for sure for some of these guys. You've got Martine with less than 10 bigs, Ricardo with 5 bigs, Henry with about 13 big blinds. Even your larger stacks that are into the 6-figure marks are starting to feel a little bit of pressure of these blinds, although these levels have been more than generous, 30 minutes long, not raising that much. It's been a fantastic tournament, and it's cost these guys almost nothing to get into these tournaments, just some bonus chip value dollars, and to get in the top 15% and qualify to participate in this tournament for a $50,000 prize pool. Mark's going to let go of the Queen 10 he called earlier. Kent is going to call on the button with his Ace 9 of diamonds. Eric's going to let the small blind go. Didn't want to complete it just in case Henry had some intentions of raising, but instead Henry's going to check his option and flop open-ended. Open-ended against Mr. Kent Wilson, who has Ace 9 of diamonds, so no diamond dreams. And Henry's going to get there. But unfortunately for Henry, Mr. Kent Wilson's not going to have anything, but he's going to float him. He bet 10, just enough to keep Mr. Wilson around. Mr. Wilson may think he's going to try to steal this on a later street. Board does pair, changing the texture, but not enough for Henry. He's going to go ahead and go all in. And Mr. Wilson here is going to look down at this Ace 9 suited and can't call down with Ace high. So Henry's going to pick up a few chips there on that turn on that turn bet there. He floated. Did you not get my text? I sent Charlie a text. I told you guys I'm going to send Charlie a text.
My phone was right here.
Oh, I didn't even see it go off.
I'll grab it in just a second. But I did want to say we've got 3 tables left of this tournament.
3 tables.
2 outer tables, 1 feature table. I walked by 1 outer table, and there's about 400,000 chips divided among the table. Walked over to the other table. We've got Mr. Kelly from, I think, the River League.
Big guy?
Yeah. Oh,
Yep.
sorry, I hit my mic.
Yep.
Big guy.
Yep.
He's got about 350,000.
Good.
We've got Mr. Jeff Morton, who's got just shy of 300,000. Then we have 2 exceptionally dangerous players with a ton of chips.
One of them, Daryl.
Yes.
Oh, I knew you were going to say that.
And then sitting directly to Daryl's right, Daryl has position on him. Roy Hall has a ton of chips. He's got like 370.
Wow. Ricardo finally found him a hand here. He was down to his last six-ish big blinds, king, queen suited. Very pretty hand, under the gun. Fantastic time to pick up a pretty hand and let it get all in. And Dave's going to look him up with pocket 9s. Martine's going to sit here and buy some airtime with 7 deuce, let it go. And we're going to go to a classic coin flip. 2 suited overs and a pocket pair of 9s. Ricardo looking for a king, queen, or lots of clubs to stay alive in this $50,000 guaranteed tournament. And he picks up a gut shot, running clubs or a jack. Can pick up a king or a queen and hits the king on the river to stay alive to beat the 9s. Okay, press the button.
I had to remember what the buttons were.
That's too funny. So Ricardo patiently waiting for a hand to get all of his chips in and rewarded for it with the king. Queen. Oh, is he being moved off the table?
Oh, is this a hit and run?
He picked up some chips and run away with them. Boy,
That's the classic hit and run.
David's mad about that.
That is what. Oh, where did all those chips in Mr. Hagman's stack come from?
He's had some monsters. Had some good hands. Picked up a lot of hands pre-flop too. He's done well. He missed some action. Definitely missed some action. I think Mark Hamilton's the only one with any black chips on the table, but they're going to need to color some up into David's stack soon. He's the current table chip leader. Even after that hit, I've still got 198,000 in chips. which is about 60,000 over the average right now.
He's up 106,000 since sitting down at this table.
Yep. Yep. Right behind him, Kent Wilson.
You know what I've seen a lot of today?
What's that?
It just showed Big Taco, Frankie, come by. Frankie had the World Series of Poker hat on. I've seen probably 7 WSOP shirts.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, Eric right there on the screen, you see there in the 49ers hoodie, he usually has he won a World Series circuit ring years and years ago, and he likes that hat to wear. He wears that hat to the River League quite a bit. And we got what I was asking for. We got the belt here. Get Charlie a minute to get this situated. Put it on here. You all saw it in December, and we're going to give it away again tomorrow. Not only do we have $15,000 first place, but you ready, Charlie? There.
I feel like I belong in the WWE right now.
It's upside down.
It's too loud to flip it. It's too loud to flip it. Now I have to.
Yeah, it's a $50,000 tri-club tournament championship belt that has been hung up in Celebrity Card Club for the last 3 months, and the winner tomorrow of this tournament will get to hang it in their home club. Okay.
It's easier to tie a tie than what I just did. It is easier to tie a tie.
You're hearing a lot of noise, but it's worth it. Have a look at the screen if you're just listening. The $50,000 zero entry Texas Hold'em 3-club tournament champion. All 3 logos there. Fantastic. Very metal, nice wrestling belt. Given away to the winner of this 3-club tournament. It's got the little side plates there.
Yeah, can you mute my mic for a second? I got myself in
a... He's all over the place here.
There we go.
Yeah, there it is, $50,000 zero entry Texas Hold'em. It's got the 3-club logos there. Absolutely gorgeous belt.
Right here.
Oh, he's going to put it right there on the Kojak's logo. Don't know about that. Meanwhile, Frankie is turning a set. Unfortunately, not many other stuff to happen there. Mark bet out 10,000, and let me get you back over here on this so you can see here. Mark bet this out, but I don't think he's gonna. Yeah, Frankie's gonna go ahead and raise this here. It went check on the flop on all 3 of the players involved here. It had Ace Jack and Eric's seat against 5s and 4s. Check through on the flop for Frankie to take the lead even further that he already had. Mark bet out 10, and then Frankie immediately raises to 25,000. You know, Mark given this a lot of thought. I don't think he knows Frankie that much.
He's thinking maybe Frankie's playing around with ace king, ace queen, maybe pocket 7s. He can represent a big 10. But the problem is Frankie's not going anywhere.
No, I mean
if Frankie loses his pocket 8s or pocket 9 and 10s at this point, he lost.
Yeah. Mark's sitting here replaying the action in his head. Not much action pre-flop. Mark just called the 6,000.
He looks like he wants to. Yep.
Yeah. No, he was trying to level himself there for a hot minute, and Frankie. Oh, he showed it. Okay, that's gonna make Mark feel better.
And there's the head shake.
That would have definitely blendered Mark if he hadn't showed that card. You know what a friendly table.
He should have just showed a 5.
Just A5.
A5.
But he didn't know he had 4s. That would have still made Mark just as happy because Mark had pocket 4s.
Usually at that point right there, when I flop a set, I'm like, hey, I'll let you pick the card. Flip the card over. Maybe you'll see the card you want. Maybe you want. Then they flip over one and it matches. Yeah, I had 5 deuce.
No, whether he had 2 5s in hand or just the one, Mark was beat there. But that's going to bring Mark down a little bit. And he just right below average on the chip stack. He's still just slightly up from the beginning of the feature table. But it has been a backward trend the last hour to an hour and a half for Mark in the 4 seat there. Still thinking about that last hand. It's on you, Mark.
95 going to hit the muck.
Yep. Can't. He likes to limp in. Let's see if he does it. Yeah, he sure does. Eric's not going to see anything that he likes. Henry, who picked up some chips, gets some room to fold a little bit. Martine's going to have to pick a hand here pretty soon. He's down below at 10 bigs. Ronnie with the king deuce suited on the button. He's going to go ahead and defend that. And Frankie's going to wake up with pocket kings in the small blind and immediately raise it up.
Texarkana's got 26 entries this flight.
That's perfect. They probably hit their guarantee in the first 3 flights out of 7. For those that don't know, there's a fantastic car club in Texarkana that I was at for the last couple days. They're having a $10,000 guaranteed tournament, 7 flights there in Texarkana. $140 entry, fantastic value tournament. And the community there has just loved this event and shown it by the turnout that they've had the first 3 days. Or first 2 days. Yesterday and today, 2 flights today, first 3 flights. And a check and a C-bet out of Frankie there to pick up some more chips. So Frankie has definitely turned this around to get him over the 200,000 mark. Up over 100,000 on the feature table thus far through 65 hands. So Martine and Ronnie are going to be needing to pick up a pot here pretty quick, followed by Eric and Henry, who have a little bit longer to fold. Everybody else creeping around or above that average chip stack amount. Now, Mark's taking a hit the last couple hands, and he's going to be in the big blind on this one. So
it's getting do or die time.
Yeah. There's your 5 deuce suited. You would have called up with that hand.
No, 5-3.
Oh, that's right. 5-2.
Instant fold, 5-2. Instant fold. Not even. I'd fold a big blind to a min raise with 5 deuce.
David's going to quietly complete the big blind with a jack 4 suited, Robbie of hearts, and Mark's going to have a blackjack offsuit in his hand. Is he going to raise this up? He's thinking about it.
You know, my favorite thing to watch on Facebook videos, Instagram videos, is the guys that make the insane bets on blackjack. You know, the tower tall chips.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And a guy took a stack of green that must have been 70 tall, and he had a matching stack of red, and he moved them out there. And sure enough, blackjack. They had to call the pit boss over to watch that hand, and the pit boss kind of laughed and shook his head. Yes, you could tell the guy, he probably had 18 Corona cans next to him, or whatever those soft beers are, the fuzzy, I don't know what they're, seltzers or whatever they're called.
God, the claws.
Yeah, the White Claw.
White Claw,
That's what I was trying. The fuzzy ones. What was I thinking of? The fizzy is what I was trying to think of.
Yeah.
But he had cans of White Claw on the table next to him, and the pit boss was like, yeah, we're going to take this guy's money. And then here comes blackjack. There's like 5 people at the table, and he hits blackjack and just stands up. And when he stands up, all of his chips fall forward.
Well, I'm sure they paid it out. Yeah, speaking of a text line, they've got our live stream up there in Texarkana.
Hey, guys, we appreciate that. 10K tournament is going amazing out there. Now, we get a lot of people who watch our live streams from all over the state of Texas, New Mexico, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Kansas. If you're in that area, Texarkana. Is it Texas or Arkansas?
It's Texas and Arkansas.
Yeah.
It's Texarkana. I'm not an East Texaner. I just know that it's Arkansas and Kansas.
Arkansas and Kansas. How does that happen?
Arkansas and Texarkana.
So if you're anywhere east of Oklahoma City, west of what is that? Bossier City.
Yep.
Bossier City, anywhere north of Houston, anywhere in the Dallas area, and you're looking for a tournament with a $140 entry with
$10,000 guarantee.
Yeah,
that's already been made. Like I said, I'll have to double check it, but they're going to be right at the door or right over it after just 3 flights out of 7.
That is incredible. Hey, are we working our minds again? You remember the last time we did that? We came up with a big idea. Are we going to work our minds again anytime soon?
I'm going to sleep for the rest of the summer.
Maybe one of these days we'll have an announcement coming soon. We'll just leave you on that little hook there.
Kent Wilson going to pick up the lead that he already had on the turn with a pair.
Mark looking for a 4 and a 4 only, and there's only 2 4s.
He's already thrown out 2 cards. So.
He's just smiling.
Yeah. So we're looking here at, what is this, 8-handed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8-handed here. So we can infer that in...
There's at least 24 people.
Yeah, we know live what those numbers are, but we are at 15-minute delay. See how many tables are left. We should be creeping up on that 2-table redraw, and we will be putting you guys on a brief hold when we do that so we can get everybody's names and chip stacks accurate to continue the live stream with a new featured table.
We need to get a musical graphic that plays Kenny Rogers. You got to know when to hold him. So when we go to break, we can have him singing. And I'll even grab a guitar and pick it and sing it. I've got a terrible voice. Hey, well, look at this. 5-3 is the winner. Play it right. Don't play it wrong. Wrong would be to muck it. That is the wrong way to play 5-3. Do not play that way, ladies and gentlemen.
The favorite hand into the mug. David's still picking up some heater cards.
Hey, I bet I got a dollar coin. I bet you $1 that 5-3 would have won this hand if we see the river. If we don't, it's null.
Okay. I would say a milkshake, but you've already fed me a milkshake.
You can have every other hand on the table that's live that we see. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Up and down. 5-3, ladies and gentlemen, is the best hand in poker. We're getting a deuce on the turn. Deuce on the turn. We're not going to get to see it, though.
You're not going to get to see it, unfortunately, because Dave's going to bet this out and continue his aggression.
Where's our rabbit cam? Oh, come on.
If we weren't 15,
make this call, Eric.
If we weren't 15 minutes into history, the world may never know.
It was one. See, this right here, not having a rabbit cam cost me $1.
No, I won't even hold that one against you. Go to the river. Okay, go to the river. That doesn't count. You still had about 35% equity.
So give us a thumbs up in the chat if you know a deuce or a 7 was coming. All right, we want to see thumbs up. You know Charlie's right on this one. So Kojaks, April 25th, 26th, 27th. Kojaks has a 10,000 guaranteed free roll. It is a different style of action. It is a lot of fun. It is, if you double bag, you carry both bags. If you triple bag, you carry all 3 bags. And it's going to be a big one. It's got multiple buy-ins. It's got all kinds of fun stuff. It's got pretty much build your own stack, huh?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see what people try to take with them when you can carry all bags forward. Let me get just 1 second here.
And like I was telling you, 5-3 is the best hand in poker. Let's just pretend that those cards were played on this board.
Well,
we're still not going to. Oh, we are.
Yeah, Henry was bluffing at it, and Kent's looking him up. I tell you what, Kent doesn't give Henry any slack.
Any slack or any respect?
Either or, sounds like.
RESPECT. We need to get the soundboard going. Oh, hey, we got a thumbs up right here. Agreement.
Agreement, yeah, 5-3 yet.
Mr. Ragsdale, missed you today, but you are correct. 5-3 would have won that hand. We've got some smart people in the chat.
Really wanted to see the Ragsdales up here today, but I think they had some other stuff going on, unfortunately.
We'll have to see them on the next one.
Yep.
Because if it's not another one of these, it'll be something bigger, better, and more beautiful.
We'll see. But speaking of what we are doing, we were talking about that $10,000 guaranteed free roll. And it's going to be 3 flights at Kojaks, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. It's going to be very similar to the free rolls that we have here on Monday nights, except we'll be playing down to 12%. And whatever you have when you get down to the 12% is what you're going to bag up, and you can take all 3 bags if you get there.
What's the double bag bonus? Carrying both bags forward.
That's
What's the triple bag bonus?
Carrying both bags forward, and it's so you can have a monster chip stack. It's going to be interesting. I'm curious to see.
We'll hit the
what
million.
chip stacks are.
We'll hit the million chip. I bet you somebody has a million chips.
In that free roll style tournament, maybe.
So here's the question: can I play?
Well, you help me make the schedule these days, so you know.
Well, if I can play, I will phone call in and commentate with you as I'm playing. I will wear my Facebook Live glasses.
Could we put that on delay? I don't know. It would be fun.
We need to play with those.
You and I need to play. Period. We never get to play.
No, I don't want to take all your money with 5-3.
You would, because I won't. No, actually, you wouldn't, because I would put it on you too much. So if it ever
Right.
actually hit, you would be screwed.
See, whenever I play out here, everybody thinks I'm playing 5-3 and I have aces, and then when they finally see my aces, the next hand I slap that 5-3 on the table. That dealer's favorite hand is 5 deuce though.
5 dudes.
That one right there.
Henry calls the 3,000. Martine's going to ship this here, just knowing that he's going to be weak on that.
He said, I'm still in 3 extra thousand. I think that move was going to be made either way, though. Look at this. Martine's kind of sliding him forward. Pulls him back. No show. No show. Oh, he's going to show. He shows. Show one, show all. And that's what the dealer does. That's what the dealer does. He shows, so he picks up the cards and shows everybody. That bluff got through.
He's just limping in on the small blind, and Martine just taking a gamble there to see if he'll lay it down on a true sign of weakness.
So we've got people from San Angelo watching. We've got people from Texarkana. Who is the furthest away person? Who is the furthest away person? Type it in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from. Are you watching the fights tonight? Are you watching reruns of football? What are you watching?
Maybe they're sitting in one of our other poker rooms watching this live stream on the TVs. Are we on the TVs out there?
No.
No, they didn't want to show it up there.
No.
Well, they will show the final table tomorrow, though.
Yes, so the lists are already going up for tomorrow. If you want to come out to Kojak's and celebrate and watch the winner dance around and win some money in the pots of your own, get your name up on the list for tomorrow. Tell them, Illinois, look at this, Odessa, Illinois.
There you go.
Illinois. Man, that's a hop, skip, and a jump. That's like a 2 hour and 30-minute flight from here. Is it still snow on the ground up there? Sevens versus Ace Jack going to the flop. Did y'all even get much snow? This wasn't a really snowy winter for the United States, I don't think.
Not really from what I saw.
This is the first time of my life that I've ever seen the Farmer's Almanac be wrong.
Oh, really?
So we
I've
have
read the Farmer's Almanac, and they're gonna have some action here.
yeah, all in,
This
and
is
David's
the
gonna call
Almanac.
this.
Yeah, he's got the chips. It is 66, so it's a good
1/3.
Ronnie's getting it in there. But you know, it's hard to say they'll call it Ace Jack. You are decimated to an Ace Queen or Ace King a lot of the time here.
Put Mark on the featured table. Well, we're getting a redraw, so he's got a 1 out of 18 chance here in a bit. It's only a 14-hour drive. I am not much of a flyer. As a matter of fact, I am terrified of flying. I will jump on a plane, but there will be a drug or a pill from the doctor that says I won't worry about it.
I've been on 4 plane rides in the last 4 days.
I
I've
will
got 4
drive.
more next week.
I will drive 14 hours before I will fly 1 hour.
I will not drive 3 hours.
Look at this. Look at this.
He's thinking really hard. That's a folding.
They almost went in. They almost went in a while ago.
But like I said, I don't hate the fold. I mean,
Look at that control.
Yep, he's gonna let it go. But like I said, Ace Jack, that's a hard call. He does have a large chip stack, but the chips are very valuable right now. I mean, look at these blinds; they're going to be going up. Shortly we're at 3,000, 6,000, with a $6,000 big blind ante, and Ace Jack suited is just begging to be turned over and facing ace queen or ace king.
There's much more experience folding that ace jack than calling with an ace jack.
Oh, for sure, for sure. You know, somebody was joking earlier about this being the senior citizens table, but
Experience.
look who's still sitting here.
Yeah, the senior, and we're just continuing to add age to this table. You notice this?
I'm telling you.
The average age of the table has gone up by 10 years with the players that we've brought here, and it's becoming a tough table.
Oh yeah, no, there's a lot of years of experience of poker at this table.
Martin's still the original young guy. You know, they don't
Yeah.
the OG. He's the YG still sitting on the table.
Yeah, but he's gonna need to make a move here pretty soon. He's like I said, he's got right about 10 bigs. Him and Henry both, and even Eric. You know, about 11 bigs for the for this tournament with the 3,000, 6,000 big blind ante as well. So we'll see if they pick up any hands in the next couple hands here before the blinds get to them.
I'm going to hand the mic off to a special guest for just 1 second.
Special guest, we might have a hand here that he can commentate on. Looks like Martine's going to pick up a suited blackjack here with the ace 10 of clubs, and with 2 calls in front of him here. Yep, and joining me on the mic,
Woo! We got George of the Jungle back in here.
George of Nook. I don't think I've commentated with you yet.
Not yet, sir.
Martine is going to shove his remaining 60,000 with this ace 10 of clubs. Frankie has a real hand, but Martine still has enough chips left to make it a pretty tough call. 54 is still a lot. That's one thing these guys have been really good about, is shoving when they still have plenty of chips left to get some fold equity out of these, even these larger stacks.
Indeed. Hard to call even though they're suited. Without that ace, you know, you're really just kind of behind most hands that are going to shove in this spot.
Yeah, you're just hoping that at best they've got jacks or less.
Exactly.
Destroyed by ace kings and ace queens. And Frankie does wisely let it go. Don't go nowhere. We'll put that on here as soon as this hand's over. Get over here.
All right.
That's
And
gonna
it looks
go.
like he's getting some folds.
Yep,
There he
that's
goes.
gonna happen here. So one more time
Ace 10
before
making it through.
Charlie goes to the floor there, the belt.
Charlie, what do you call that dance?
That is called the poker winning dance. It's called first place is getting $15,000 plus. Listen to that.
Woo!
I mean, it is
Solid.
It is solid. Solid.
And what you can't see is the footwork that's going on right now. This guy hasn't stopped moving.
Shoes?
He's got the tap shoes.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Oh my gosh, get out of here, get out of here.
Before I start getting dollar bills. thrown at me.
Never a bad thing.
We've still got 3 tables left. We're going to do a redraw at 2 tables. We had 66 entries into this tournament, so
Hey.
whenever we get down to 18 players, we'll do a redraw. But I know we still have 3 tables going right now, and we'll take a quick break. Whenever they break into 2 tables, we'll get a redraw and get a new featured table. But it's been an entertaining table. We've had a lot of big hands, a lot of good laydowns. The blinds are going up, trying to put some of these people to the test,
Mm-hmm. I see that. That pressure is on.
and they're playing for a lot of money.
That's true. That's true. Frankie.
Ace-9 suited. He's already in the small blind halfway there. Just a call by Kent Wilson. His name is Wilson on the screen, but he goes by Kent.
Clark Kent.
In the 6th seat there, and it looks like
Yeah, there you
Yeah.
go. There's the 3-bet.
made a,
Or just a raise, not a 3-bet.
and we'll get caught up on the action there on the tracker, but either way, they're both going to a flop that's going to whiff on both of them, but Frankie's going to keep up the pressure there.
Getting to take it.
And Kent folds, and that hand is over. A little behind on the graphics there, but a good pickup on a big blind, a small blind, and a limp there by Frankie, increasing that chip lead. He has almost 250,000 in chips. He's added about 134s in this live stream, the last 73 hands. Been on the uptick.
On the up and up. Love to see it.
Martine was the chip leader coming in, and unfortunately he has been on the down, but he has 87,000. Enough to see some cards, some fold. Like I said, the blinds are just now going up to 4,000, 8,000, 8,000. So that big blind Andy will really start hitting on your
Right.
stack. So some of these guys are really going to start making a stand here pretty soon.
Oh, here we go. Kent. Clark Kent. With the ace queen.
Yep.
Under the gun.
See if he's gonna. Yeah, he does go ahead and raise it up here. Looks like 23,000.
Good raise. Good raise.
Yeah.
This is George approved play right here.
Martine with a very bad ace. Gonna go ahead and let that go. Ronnie, who has shown a lot of patience, is due to have a good hand here if the poker gods are just in his patience.
Yeah, and right around 10 big blinds, you're not good enough to really shove in that spot.
No, you gotta find something and see if it comes. Mark can't really defend his big blind. Yeah, that big sigh of relief, just huffing and puffing. Sometimes you just gotta let the big blind go, even though he doesn't want to.
Yep, he's look.
It's painful. He just doesn't. He knows he doesn't have anything.
There goes
But-
the funeral.
Yeah, just let it go and take his big blind.
Oh, Mr. Wilson's going to take it. I assume that H in Mark's name does not stand for Hamill.
It's close.
Okay.
It's
Young Skywalker.
president.
Hamilton. I got a Hamilton
close.
watch, actually.
Yeah, he is a San Angelo native poker player from the River League. We had a lot of River Leaguers at this table. Seat 1, Ronnie down there. Him and Mark with both the fantastic beards. They're both from the River League in San Angelo, followed by seat 6, Mr. Kent Lacey, and then Eric, seat 7. And then seat 8 is Henry from the River League, and seat 9 over here, or seat 8, depending on where you're sitting at, is Martine. They're all River League
Really?
players. Yeah. And it breaks my heart because we have River League on River League blood, and we're trying to get that belt.
Right.
We won and brought to the River League, but here they are taking each other out. And Martine, he's kind of in an awkward spot here. Pocket jacks, almost too many chips to shove, but not enough to get a decent raise in there.
Exactly. Very awkward spot.
But he is going to go ahead and shove it because I don't blame him because there's no world where you're going to make any kind of raise and be able to fold later. So you might as well
Right.
just pick up the blinds and move on to the next hand.
Oh,
it-
runs into 8s.
Yeah, but again, it's a pretty big stack.
It's a big percentage.
Yeah, he's
Call.
half his stack, and there's a lot of equity in these chips with this.
Yeah, you talk ICM implications right now.
Yeah, and you're creeping up on the final 2 tables, and we're only playing for if only the final table gets paid. You're trying to get to the top 9, so you're seeing a lot of folding. But the real good thing we've seen on this final table is a lot of the players have not waited until they just had breadcrumbs.
Right.
They've found spots to give themselves a chance at fold equity by having enough chips to make them just have the inability to call light.
That is the key there. Yeah, all these chips are valuable, and you want to use your power resources while you've got them. You don't want to get blinded out here. Yeah, interesting fact, or interesting part of the strategy of poker is your chip stack is kind of your power level. How much weight can you swing around? And obviously, the more you have, the more power you have. But short stacks are dangerous too. We got Henry with a suited king under the gun. Throws it away.
And that put Martine back over the 6-figure mark,
There you go.
which is where you want to be, even though that's still not a whole lot of chips right now. But
A little more comfortable when you get up above 10 big blinds.
survive a few orbits of having to eat some small and big blinds if you get a bad run of cards and can't see flops and defend with it. Mark's been on a pretty bad run. Look at him. He's shaking his
Yeah.
head. He just hasn't had anything in the last couple hours.
Mm-hmm.
I'll hear all about it if this continues. good buddy of mine. Wilson going to complete the small blind, and Eric's going to check his way to see a flop, and a little bit of air for everyone.
A back door, a couple of back doors.
Who wants it first? Nobody. Check.
Checking around. There's that 8. Not really changing much.
And a 4 to give Wilson a pair, and he's going to go ahead and bet that pair. And Eric says, I don't have anything either.
Can't
So,
call.
Just a battle of the blinds. Coin flip, see what happens.
Eric losing some much needed chips there. And he will be in the small blind on this hand.
Yeah, so he's going to have to put out a few more.
Couple more. There they go. He's going to have to take a stand here soon. I think that queen 10 would have been a good shove spot pre-flop.
Now, looking in live, that's how many players we have right now. Now, we're on a 15-minute delay, so we're probably a little bit above there. But we're creeping up on the 2-table redraw. Like I said, we're only playing down to 9. Only 9 people get paid, so you're going to see a lot of patience.
A lot of patience, and then a lot of fireworks as soon as that money bubble bursts, I'm sure.
We'll hit that 9 players, and we're going to stop for the night and come back tomorrow.
There it is.
And then we'll have the full live stream tomorrow at 3 p.m. and play down to the winner. First place will be $15,000. $15,000, a $50,000 guaranteed prize pool, plus the belt that I'm sure Charlie's still wearing out on the floor right now.
I bet he's rocking that thing, too.
Well, Mark, you improved to a pair.
There it is. Is it time? Just a raise.
He's got those 25,000 chips. He's the one that's got them off the table. I don't know how he got a hold of them. But he raised it to 25 and a quick fold from Wilson and Eric. Not waking up with anything. Henry probably frustrated about losing out on his big blind.
Mm-hmm.
So he makes the call with 8-4.
It's a frustration call. Little does he know he's actually 50% pre-flop.
And now he's in trouble if he continues.
Lots of trouble. Mark shoves.
Well, I tell you, the only reason that Henry's going to get away from this is because that ace out there. Mark raised pre-flop, so Henry's going to be able to put him on an ace, luckily. But if that was anything but an ace, if that had been like a 9,
right,
Henry might have made that call thinking that Mark was just c-betting with anything. But turns out he was waiting in the grass with a set.
Set of 2s.
So Martine's going to be in the big blind. Like I said, he's back over that 100,000. Henry's down to 33,000. He's only got a few bigs left, and he's got to put half of one of them here in the small. Look at him stacking his chips there, counting himself, knowing he needs to find a hand and run with it.
That's right. It is time. The moment could be now. Ronnie with a Jack-10 offsuit under the gun. Does he decide to lay it down just over 10 big blinds? He sure does get away from it. Frankie's out of there. David's out of there. Mark with a suited ace. Not a great one, ace deuce. Does not walk in the sky today. Henry with a pair of 3s. Oh, throws it away.
No. Henry.
Oh, Henry. Yeah, there he goes.
Henry's the only one, and he's going to go ahead and shove with those 3s all day, every day.
Yeah, that was surprising.
Martine's just going to immediately have to let this go, but and they're sitting there laughing about it. So Henry will get the big blind back that he lost in that last hand, and he'll be able to survive another round of cards to be able to see a few more hands before having to shove that in there. Survives to the button.
That's
and
right.
Now that brings Ronnie up to the button. He's still got about 100,000. Him and Martine are both pretty close and in the blinds together. So you're going to see a lot of folding, people trying to outlast, people trying to play for premiums because they're playing for a lot of money.
That's right.
But that's, the beauty of this tournament is that at the end of the day, they're playing for a lot of money. You don't want the blinds to dictate the action. Let the poker dictate the action.
Right.
And that's the kind of the better players. The better players do better because they can play poker.
Frankie Big Stack over here with pocket 9s under the gun. Do his best to force an all-in situation, I'm sure, with one of the shorter stacks. Does just make the call. A little smooth call there. Eric with one of the best hands in poker.
Yeah, Frankie's sitting here with those 9s trying to see if get some of these shorter stacks to put some money in there.
That's right.
And it's going to work with Henry. The Jack-10 he can actually work with. Martine with a couple Broadway cards here, but you've got 3 callers in front of you here. It's hard to lay it down, but it's hard to continue because at this stage people are limping in, but they're waiting on a premium. So you can be up against ace-king, ace-queen, and pocket pairs really easily. So even if you hit a king or a queen, it's hard to judge where you're at in the hand. Turns out he's good here, but typically they don't be limping in with king 9.
Well, and like you said, I mean, it's a patient game right now. So even that under the gun limp is actually showing off a lot of strength.
Absolutely. But it's going to be hard to lay it down, but I wouldn't hate it if he did.
He looks like he's trying to make the call, but his better judgment is getting in the way. Oh,
he did.
There he goes.
Was that a raise?
It looks like a raise.
That is a raise. he raised it to 34,000. He put 30,000 on top of that. Is that the fuzzy camera? He did 34,000. So, and I don't necessarily hate it at all.
No, I think that's a good play from the small blind,
But
especially.
I feel like Frankie was waiting on that. Yeah, and he immediately grabs for chips.
Yeah, exactly.
Frankie, with that chip lead at the table and only limping in, I think he was just waiting for somebody to put in some more chips.
That limp re-raise got him.
Yeah.
And now Henry's really in a tough spot.
But he did call it. And the only thing about Frankie there is I wish he would have went ahead and pushed it all in there. Just limp gone all in and really put Martine to the test, because at the end of the day, when you have pocket nines, there's not many flops that are going to help you out.
Ooh, did Henry just lay it down?
He did, yeah.
Wow, that's going to hurt.
I mean, he put in that 8,000, which was a lot of his stack.
And we are off to a flop. Ooh, scare card right there.
Yeah, that's Frankie's thinking that's the best card in the deck, that ace.
Yeah.
But Martine, unfortunately, it's a scary card for him.
Oh, and the queen helps him out.
I think Martine could stab at it here.
It looks like he's about to. He's thinking. No, he checks.
Yep,
Oh.
Frankie just tried to end it right here, just whatever.
Put him to the test. Yeah, with that spade out there, too.
The two spades, the Broadway draws, and the 9-10 Jack Queen King draws. But
God, Frankie wishes he was up against ace queen, I bet you.
yeah, but this goes back to what I was saying. Pre-flop, I'd like to have seen Frankie just rip it in at that point and commit Martine to it, because at the end of the day, Martine might have not been able to get away from it after committing
Right.
A good third of his stack, if not almost half. And he's still in the blender here, but it may still work out with Frankie because he bet the queen when it came out. And if Martine just says that he would have bet any ace on that flop and just put him on a queen, Martine's got the perfect kicker for that king,
Right.
for that queen.
Very good point. You see the agony on his face, too. He's got that call chip in his hand.
And, and that speech play and talking, he's one of the best talkers in West Texas. I'll tell you that.
I love that.
And he sometimes it's gather information, sometimes it's just to needle the crap out of somebody. He's good at both. But
Ooh, did he flick in a call chip?
I don't know what he just did there.
It didn't cross the line technically, but
No, it doesn't. It doesn't look like that. Looks like a card cover chip. It's one of those blue.
oh,
things
you're right.
like-
Oh, he lays it down. Good lay down.
Yeah. And so he's going to look back on this one in 15 minutes and be happy about that. No, he doesn't have to, because Frankie's going to show him.
Oh, good.
There's been a lot of showing at this table today.
Friendly game.
Yeah.
Friendly high stakes.
Just a casual $50,000 prize pool.
Just casual 50K.
Show it off there, But yeah, if Frankie would have ripped it in his face pre-flop, I'm curious if Martine would have had to just go ahead and go with it, and then he'd be grabbing his backpack at this point.
Right. And now Martine on the button. He's got a free orbit ahead of him. Let's see if he can make something happen here. Oh, David with a pair of twos. Looks like he lets him go. Very patient game. Ace queen in the hijack. When you're short stacked, this seems like a pretty good rip it candidate. There he goes.
Yep. Let's see if there's any takers here.
A lot of queens, a lot of ladies showing up on this one.
Yeah, and they're doing a good job of getting it all in with 50,000 plus, not waiting too long to where they still get a lot of fold equity.
Exactly.
'Cause 50 grand is a lot to, every one of these stacks. Mm-hmm. It's over half the stack of a lot of these stacks. So
And then you chip up 20K, you get almost 50% more.
no, they need to be shoving pretty much immediately every time. And if you get called, it's only going to be by better, unfortunately. But I mean, that 40, 50, 60,000 is a lot to call right now for everyone. And especially when you're trying to just make it down to the final table. We've held on to these 20-some-odd players, 3 tables, for way longer than I would expect to. But then it's because a lot of people are folding to try to make it into that final 9, because that's all we're shooting for is 9 people are going to come back tomorrow at 3 p.m. for the final table stream. You going to be here for that?
Sure thing.
That sounds
I will
good,
be
sounds
here for
good.
that.
So we get George, Charlie, and Reese in booth for the final table. $1,500 for ninth place, all the way up to $15,000 and that beautiful belt for first.
Now, am I going to have to shave my head to come back for tomorrow? This is the
I
bald
mean-
stream, yeah?
I mean, you gotta earn their way into the club first.
Okay.
We'll talk about the shaving later. This
Okay,
bald
good.
head.
I may not have a choice in a couple years anyway.
I know I did not. Lacey, Kent Wilson.
And
I'm so
Ronnie,
used to calling him Mr. Lacey.
Mr. Lacey.
He's my elder. But he's Kent Wilson on the stream there. Suited Connector is going to limp in. Very pretty hand. But unfortunately, Ronnie's going to wake up with the hand. He's going to have to raise here.
And he's trying to figure out how to get max value out of here. Is he
Well,
raise or shove?
And he's in one of those awkward spots like I discussed earlier.
Yep.
You know, raising is committing a lot of your chips, but shoving is almost too much.
Yep, that is the truth. And especially, he doesn't know he's up against 9-7, but
No, and you know, Kent for only 15 more. You see how I knew he was going to
Yeah.
fold there. That's part of the problem we're having right now with this feature table, and I'm looking for a redraw because they get all these San Angelo people off the table. But
they all know how they play.
These guys have all played each other, and,
Right.
And every single San Angelo person on this table, which is all of them except for two. I mean, they all know how they play, and every one of these players that are sitting here are good tournament players. So there's just no shot at not drawing some severe blood. They know each other. They all play very well.
Right.
And know what they're capable of. So I'm looking forward to the redraw because I want to separate some of this stuff out. Quit drawing so much blood here from the San Angelo group. And we're going to be coming up on a break here shortly, and we will be going on a 15-minute break here on the stream while the players go on the break. And not a lot here going on this.
yeah, this
hand
one's going to
here.
be a fold around. Oh, wait, David.
David in the small. And
Some-
you know, that ace-5 suited, people love those ace wheels.
Especially on the big blind. I mean, that's a great
Yeah.
call hand, just complete.
He raised him up to what looks like, 16, 15?
Yeah, just two big blinds.
Yeah, it looks like he's just a min raise, 16. And so Mark's going to have to come
Yeah.
along for that.
Got to see it.
Yep. See if he can get him some diamonds.
And David holding one of the diamonds, so
Yeah, and I definitely don't want to see an ace out there. But,
yeah, that would be bad news. Oh, instead we see a 5.
yeah, that's going to be about as good as you can ask for with the ace-5. David likes to c-bet here, but he's going to look back at his cards and see if he had a heart.
No hearts this
Mark,
time.
Mark should fire about 25,000 at this flop right here.
There it is.
Looks like 15. And David can't continue, I don't think, without a heart in his hand. So kind of a lucky out here for Mark. Well bet, well played to earn that check mark and get those chips. And much needed for him. He's been on a dry streak.
Right. Getting a pot, a small pot, but a pot nonetheless.
Nope, looks like we're losing Mr. Wilson to a table change move as we get closer and closer down to this 18.
There you go. Charlie's
So-
festive pants in the
Yeah,
shot there.
Yeah, getting Mr. Wilson to one of the outer tables. So I don't know if we're going to be coming up on the break or the redraw first, but they'll be both coming up, and we're going to be with you guys all the way till the final 9, and it's going to take a while. I mean, these blinds are not aggressive. This is a very player-friendly tournament. They're playing for a lot of money, and the last thing I wanted to do was design a tournament that was a bingo fest.
Yeah, the
Let-
structure on this is excellent for poker players.
Yeah, and that's what I enjoy the most.
Yeah, especially if we're going to be live streaming it. You want to see the poker action. You don't want to just see all in, all in, all in
Yeah.
all the time.
And, you know, we talk about right now all these short stacks on the blinds, but, you know, they've taken a long time to get here. The blinds didn't catch up to them here. These guys have just played a lot of poker to get to this point. We've had 20-some-odd players for the last 2-3 hours because they've just been able to slowly play and not be pushed around by the blinds. But they're going to have to start making some moves now.
Right.
Dave's going to play his button with a queen-10 offsuit. Mark's not going to wake up with anything here.
Great hand for the button. Ooh. Suited
Eric-
king great in the big blind, too.
And Eric's going to be able to just check and see a flop here. And I was just about to say that Mark may complete because he knows that Eric is pretty prone to checking his option. So he could get in and see a flop with 6-3 offsuit on a half-price budget.
And let's see if he flops 6-3-3. Nope. A whiff.
That's going to be the hand for David there thus far. And it's going to go immediate check, and he's going to lead out. And I don't think Eric will look him up a second pair.
He does
No,
show.
He went ahead and laid that down.
There you go. Some much needed chips right there. Just a cool 3 big blinds headed his way.
Very, very important right now. I told you I've been in Texarkana the last couple of days, didn't I?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, we had the first few flights of the $10,000 guarantee in Texarkana at the Texline Card House.
Very cool.
It was a $10,000 guarantee, $140 entry. You needed about 87 entries over the 7 flights. It was the club's first big tournament, you know, and weren't really knowing what to expect. And Friday we had 39 people show up, 39 entries, almost got half the prize pool
in a single flight.
Yeah,
man.
And then they had 2 more flights today, both of them with well showing. And I haven't looked back yet. I've got to do the paperwork later when I get a chance on stream. But I think they met the guarantee already on the 3rd flight today.
Oh, well, we love poker out here. It is called Texas Hold'em after all.
That's right. And they're still in Texarkana. It still counts. They're on the Texas side.
Yeah, there you go.
Martin with a very pretty Jack 10 suited going to go ahead and shove while he's got that equity in the 57,000 to get the other stacks to shove.
Another one of those awkward spots. That under the gun shove is just so much strength.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
This is what happens in the tournaments.
Yep.
It's just an immediate. You're trying to find your spots to make your moves. Yep. But you know what? If I'm going to go up against aces, I'll do it with Jack 10 suited. That's a good.
That is a good way to bust them.
Absolutely, Jack 10, 8 9, 7 8, 9 10 suited. Those are your ace crackers. So.
Yeah, unfortunately in this spot, David's got the ace of diamonds.
Yeah, so he's got his flush outs there. Mark's going to have an ace in his hand.
Oh, and Eric with the ace queen.
So there's no more aces left in the deck. So the only room for improvement is going to be in Martine's court. We've got a queen out there, and I think I saw somebody else fold a king X small. So some of those Broadway cards are out. There's a jack for Henry. That's not good news for Martine.
Right. He's looking for basically a 10 or a 7, 8, 9.
You know, and Eric's got 50,000 left in the small blind.
That's going to be hard to get away from, too.
Yeah. Ace queen is called the parking lot hand for a reason, though. You're just up against ace queen, ace king too many times there. So I think he's a good enough player to get away from the ace queen. You're just dominated too much of the time with ace king.
It's tough, though, in the small blind especially. You already committed some of the chips.
Yeah.
He does get away from it.
Is Henry just going to throw in the last of his crumbs just because? He was in the big blind. He had to put out 16,000. He's only got 25,000 behind. Is he going to get the equity right now on the
hate to see it.
Triple up? And he's going to be in horrid shape. But
yeah, either way, he's going to be in horrid shape if he has to put in that small blind next hand. Oh, he lets it go. Okay.
He gives himself a fighting chance, and you know what? It was the absolute right choice.
Absolutely.
Whether it was the right choice with ICM or right choice because the cards you're up against, but in hindsight, when you've got Jack 8 and you're up against Jack 10 and pocket aces, I think the folding is right answer, even if you have just 1 chip left.
Yeah, a chip in a chair. That's all you need.
So no aces left. I don't have to worry about any sets. Martine, a lot of Broadway cards out of there, so he's going to need a lot of diamonds. And the last 2 jacks that are in the deck are going to have to make an appearance for him to win it that way.
Oh, he gets a 10.
That's a 10, so he's got new outs.
That'll help. And a 7, too.
Yeah, there's two jacks left.
Ooh, brick card.
Yep.
Jack or a 10. Let's see it. It's a... Oh, I love the suspense.
Oh, my God.
It is a 10.
Absolutely. Unbelievable.
Wow.
The dealer put on the show, much to my chagrin.
Love that.
But he did it, and it worked out. So
pushing a big old pot.
Yeah, Martine.
More than doubling up.
Yeah, that's a doozy there. The lucky, and you know, one of the jacks, he had 4 outs.
Yeah,
you know,
he sure did.
The other jack was folded, and yeah, that was a doozy there.
And just like you were saying, you're going to crack aces. Jack 10, a great candidate. We saw that in real time.
Yeah, those suited connectors is what you want, multi ways to beat them. And he got there the hard way.
He sure did.
But he got there. So that's going to sting a little bit for Mr. David, who is going to basically get back even with Martine after that hand. Martine's going to swap it up a little bit there. And but David's an experienced player. He's not going to let this affect his play. He's going to trucking right along the
Yeah,
same
what are you
way
going to
we
do?
would. Yeah.
You had aces.
You had aces, you got to call. You just let the chips fall where they may. And
Now, Ronnie with a weak ace under the gun. Not good enough right now, this patient game we're playing.
yeah, looks like we're a couple hands away from the break. Again, we're going to take a break while the players are on the break, but don't go anywhere because we're going to be going to the final two tables pretty soon with a redraw and have a whole new feature table courtesy of a Poker Atlas redraw. And then we're going to play down to 9 players. We're going to be here as long as it takes.
Hey, I'm
Playing
here.
down to 9 players to come back tomorrow at 3 p.m. for the final 9 in the money in this $50,000 zero entry tournament. First place, $15,000 in that beautiful wrestling belt.
So you're telling me even if we go till 3 p.m. tomorrow,
The final table
the
starts.
final
at 3
table
p.m.
starts?
tomorrow.
All right. Bring out the coffee, boys. Ooh, Mark with a gutter ball here. Real interesting way to play the flop.
Yeah, it is. He's got 140. Picked up a little bit on that other hand a minute ago, but he's got 2 overs and a gutter shot with 12. Looking at those blinds, it's just a blind and a half there, Mark. Do you want to gamble with a blind and a half? No?
He doesn't.
Let's go.
Not worth it for him this
Need
time.
more outs than that. And, of course, Henry and Martin both in the blinds. Nothing doing, so Dave's going to get some of those chips back.
Stabbing, bluffing at it with the best.
Yeah, get some of those chips back from the cracked aces.
And we are coming up on that break, but we've got a lot of poker action here. Jason, I believe there's about 20 or so players left. So we're coming up on that redraw. We're coming up on that final table. It'll be a little while before we get there, but
Yeah, we'll see what
halfway.
comes first, the break or the redraw, but both of them are going to happen pretty quickly. And don't go anywhere because we're going to be coming right back and taking it all the way down to 9 players.
The Texas 9.
We've got about a couple dozen, 30 people watching us.
Hey, glad to have you. Thanks for joining us. This is quite the game we've got going on. Huge guarantee, huge prize pool, great players, a lot of violence.
And the blinds are starting to catch up to the patients. So you're going to see a lot of blood over the next 30, 45 minutes. It's going to, the blinds are going to start pushing these guys around and getting rid of some of these people that have been on the unlucky side or a little too patient, one or the other. But we're going to go through to a flop here. 4's in the lead.
Oh,
And
that's
still
a king high
there.
flop. It's going to scare Frankie a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, but he,
Not too much when he's
if
bursting the blind.
Ronnie checks this here, Frankie's going to bet about 15,000. No, he just min bet 16.
Yeah, 16.
He's going to go
And he
fold,
takes it.
fold, and he's the rich are going to get richer. He is the current chip leader at the table, and just put him over the 300,000 mark. The short stacks: Henry 17,000, Eric only 50,000, Ronnie 84, and Martin put himself back over 6 figures. So we are going on to the break, and we're going to put it on the clock there, and we will be back. Me and George and Charlie are going to be coming back after the break, and then this redraw soon after that, and we'll be taking it down to the final 9 to come back tomorrow. So stick around, root, and see if your favorite player can make it to the final 9 and come back for the money tomorrow and that fantastic belt. And we'll be back here in 15 minutes. I'll even put it on the screen so you can time me. 15 minutes, we'll be back at the conclusion. Get these final 9 chosen. We won't take a break until they're done. Be back in 15. We are about to start back up from the break. And here in the booth, squeeze in a little bit here, Mr. Banks himself. Banks
How's it
game
going?
Tuesday nights at the River League, the namesake game, the 2-5 at the River League, and a tournament crusher at the River League.
Allegedly.
Nah, he
I crushed out in 50th in this one. So.
Yeah, didn't do it all the way in this one, but definitely a fantastic tournament player, experienced tournament player, and goes very high in the Calcutta, and deservedly so. These are the chip stacks we're coming back to.
All right.
Here. Right now you got dealing the first hand back from the break, and Frankie still has the chip lead, almost 300,000 in play, and Henry and Eric are going to be making a move soon. The blinds are 5 and 10 with a 10,000 big blind ante, so some moves are going to need to be made.
Ooh, Henry didn't win the flip of the color up either. He had 17K, I heard.
Yeah, it's he's got 15, so he's already all in right here in this first hand. But at least he's got a 20 in his hand. King 10, seen worse. Eric's shoved in front of him though with ace queen.
2 live cards. Eric's a pretty snug player too, but
Yeah, he's made some folds. He had an ace queen earlier on a double all in, and he definitely had the odds to call, but you're just gonna be dead a lot with ace queen.
mm-hmm.
This table has been fairly snug. Been some pretty good laydowns. I think the biggest factor has been that the short stacks have not let themselves get too short. Henry's the only one that's really been short. Everybody else has been shoving with 50, 60, 70. Don't see Frankie's cards, but it looks like it's any 2 cards because it was only 40 more to him, and he had almost 300,000, so he's trying to go for a double knockout. Looks like it could be pocket 8s, maybe.
I think it's 9-4.
Oh, it's a 9-4.
Or,
Well, Henry's going to flop best.
yeah.
Gut shot for Eric to catch up.
Oh,
Nope, that's going to be it right there.
King.
No, king, but it doesn't matter because Henry's going to have the boat 10.
I think Eric still takes the side though.
Oh, yeah, there is going to be a
'cause of
side.
the-
Yeah, there is going to be a side. So.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, so Henry's still going to be alive. Eric getting some of the chips
Wow.
back. So we're going to still be 7-handed here at the feature table. I had a sneak peek into the future while I was on the break, and we're going to have a little while before we make it to the 2-table draw. There'll be a full redraw at 2 tables, so we're going to have a whole new feature table whenever we get down to the final 18, and then we'll take it all the way to the final 9.
The one table has like 2/3 of the chips in play.
That's what Charlie was telling me. He's go out there and
Yeah.
play. He said there's some, several 300,000-400,000 chip stacks.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have a lot of chip stacks here at the feature table. I haven't had a lot of movement in and out of this table. It's one of the higher draw tables. But Frankie still in the chip lead with only about $250,000. But from what I've heard, there's a bunch of $300,000-$400,000 stacks out there on the floor.
Yeah. That was huge for Henry because if he'd have got to the big blind, he'd have been soaked up by the ante.
Yeah. Well, I'm doing blind first. We talked about it earlier.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I went the WSOP method, and here's why. Logically, the TDA makes more sense because you've been ghosting that ante the whole time. You owe it. But I, as a TD or as a floor, I don't want anybody having to look at somebody and say, okay, you're all in, and all you can win is your money back.
You can't win anything. You just hope you survive.
Yeah.
That was another shove.
Yeah, Henry's pocket ace to do it. At least he's getting the hands to do it. Martine not going to look him up. I'm telling you, this 60K right here, 40, 50, 60K has been the shove point for these guys, and it's just enough for these awkward 100K, 150K stacks to have to be able to fold because it's a third of their stack. So
Yeah.
there hasn't been a whole lot of all-in and calls. And Martine, a couple hands before the break, he had, gosh, I can't even remember what he had, but he was,
Was this his Jack 10 hand?
yeah, Jack 10 of diamonds.
Yeah.
And Mr. David in the 4th seat woke up with pocket aces. And he hits Martine hits a miracle 10 on the flop and a bigger miracle 10 on the river to
Wow.
to beat the pocket aces and stay alive. And he's back with a little bit of folding power over 6 figures in chips.
He definitely has something that can make everybody fold. He can even call some of the shorter stacks.
Yeah, like I said, it's
Like if his Queen Jack was suited there, I think he might call Henry.
because he knows Henry's shoving pretty wide, just trying to get more chips. This is Ronnie. Like I said, he's kind of
It's gotta be
awkward
a shove,
stacked. Yeah. But it's, Mark may have to. Yep, there it is.
Do you have Oh, he had some black chips.
Yeah, he's the only one that's got the 25K chips in the room. So pretty easy all in, snap call.
Yep.
Mark's gonna have him out chipped. Ronnie's gonna be the one at risk with pocket nines. A little fist bump there, friendly River League rivalry.
Between the two biggest beards.
And that's
I
a
don't like
flop
Mark's
that
chances.
happens. You know, I don't know what kind of outs. It went too fast.
It was merciful.
Ronnie just flops direct, game over. And okay, well, that's one way to get the hand over with and cut out any dramatics.
I don't know how Mark played that. I think he probably should have played it differently.
Oh, geez. Well, he's patting Robbie on the back there.
He should give him a tip.
Yeah,
That
totally.
could flop.
Too funny, too funny. So we still have 7, but that's going to bring Hamilton down a little bit there. He's got 55,000 after posting the small blind, so
Yeah.
he's at 5 bigs, needing to make a move with any 2 cards.
I'm surprised to see Frankie not doing some more raising.
This
Has he been pressuring at all? Or?
No, nobody has been. Henry with the suited ace, going to get in with 85. Yeah, they're definitely starting to get more shovey. We saw a lot of foldy before the break, but he's not going to get looked up in any position there, and going to get his big blind. No, he was under the gun.
Yeah, with the way everyone seems to be playing, I really like that shove.
Yeah, and being real tight and just pick yourself up a free orbit there.
Mm-hmm.
And so that'll put the short stack in the small and Mark with the pretty much identical short stack on the button. So those 2 guys are looking for any 2 cards. But yeah, Frankie has not been putting much pressure. David had a pretty good stack earlier, and while he wasn't doing a lot of pre-flop raising, he was doing a lot of floating and check raising.
Oh, gotcha.
And so he was doing a lot of post-flop pressuring and playing really well. And then unfortunately, like I said, his aces ran into the Jack-10 suited of Martine,
Right.
and then took a pretty good chunk out. And because Martine had ended up shoving pretty heavily pre with, or he bet a lot pre, and then it was jam, and then a call with the aces, obviously.
Oh, David H. That's your term.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
sorry. I didn't know him.
Yeah, he's a Celebrity Card Club regular. He was one of the triple baggers.
I think I like a jam with the 4s more, but
Yeah, like I said, pre-flop he hasn't done much super pressure.
oh, Henry just reached.
Yeah, Henry rejammed and David snapped. Henry's looks like 10s.
He's got.
Yeah, 10s. So David needing A4 and only A4 does not get there. So Henry's going to stay alive some more, and that's going to be a pretty
Wow.
significant pot. Pretty significant pot.
From one big blind to, what is that, 20?
Yeah, he's he's going to have David out chipped. So yeah,
David is out of here.
good
Wow.
game to Mr. David, who got it in with the best several times. Didn't work out for him that time. But I mean, you're never, if you're going to make that pre with the 4s, and you're not going to make that fold when Henry shoves, you're just going to hope he's got overs and you're flipping for it.
Well, see, I would almost say that if you're going to make it just a min raise, and then it's because you might fold if you get shoved on.
Yeah.
If you think that that person is going to be strong enough. But,
Yeah, give yourself some fold equity.
Right. But if you're going to call anyways, you might as well shove.
Yeah, and I guess he had, because I think he had to start with a hand with 100, and so he had a quarter of a stack in, so I guess you could fold it, but I don't think at this level anybody's going to fold anything. But I'm like you, might as well shove with it. But Henry had just good enough. I think he was going to call regardless.
Yeah, well, with a hand like ace queen or something like that, you might do that to induce. But with 4s, since you're just flipping with everything,
Yeah,
I mean,
there's
if Henry
no
went
good
9-8
bluff.
suited there, he's,
Still winning, yeah.
Right.
You're just never going
you
to.
might as well just make him fold that.
Yeah.
So, obviously, in that case, it wouldn't have mattered, but he could have folded. I don't hate it.
And you can probably slightly hear over the microphone. Spoiler alert: they're doing the redraw, so we are down to 18 in the future. So we'll be getting ourselves a new feature table in 15 minutes. Spoiler alert. Eric just going to shove on the button, try to pick up the blinds here with king 5. And Martine looking down at jack 4, probably just posturing here for a little bit.
Yeah, versus Eric here, Martine's going to know that his range is snug enough. The jack's no good.
Well, that king 5 was literally the bottom expected as his range.
Oh, yeah.
That's
it
worse than I would have
surprises me it's not
expected.
suited.
But he's seeing everybody shoving around him, and he
Yeah.
saw an opportunity to fold around to him to pick up some blinds there. So it's a good move by Eric.
Adjusting well,
Yep.
especially with Henry's big stack there.
Yeah.
He could have gotten called pretty
Yeah,
easy.
really with the, you're just hoping that Henry got the new chips and wants to hang on to them, is going to fold.
Yeah. Well, Henry's not the kind of guy to just sit on his chip stacks either, so he does have to think about that.
Yeah, well, and he knows him. This whole 7 out of the 9 of the table were Ruba Leaguers. It was driving me insane.
Really?
Watching all the shared pain.
Oh, man. Okay, Frankie's
Yep,
got a real hand.
This one's going to be a raise, and Mark's going to not wait for 2 better cards, I'm sure. And look at the blinds, and no, he's going to let it go.
I
Let
think
the
that
ace-10 go. I think it's a good fold. I mean,
it's disciplined with how Frankie's been playing, it seems.
yeah,
That's probably a smart fold,
ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king, you're just dead. And Frankie's going to be that minimally.
right? I hate to say anything nice about Mark, but good fold, Mark. And he shows.
This table's been sweethearts all night. They've been showing each other everything. It's incredible.
They're too nice.
Yeah, there was a couple hands that, boy, it could have changed. It would have changed some attitudes if they had not shown. And Mark made some pretty painful folds. Martine made a painful fold, and they were ended up correct folds, but boy, it would have changed the mood if those guys would have just turned their cards face down in.
It's no fun when your highlight at the feature table is your fold.
Yeah, it's been a lot of that, unfortunately, but everything's been pretty standard, honestly. I mean, there's been a lot of good, a couple good 3-bets pre, a couple good floats, but as the blinds have gone up, just like they should, it's been more of a in or out, one and done type game the last 30 minutes or so. Henry's going to think this is a pretty hand. He's going to put in some of his money. He's going to raise it up to
Did he make it 25? Yeah.
25, yeah, 2.5x, and not going to get any action out of other players, so he's going to pick himself up 25,000.
That's a smart raise. And now that he's basically the chip leader in the room,
Yeah,
and he knows Frankie's not putting pressure on,
no,
he can take over.
that's what Frankie should have been doing, just exactly that. And the problem is if you get called out a couple times, you're back in back in those bad areas, awkward spots of 100K.
Right. Well, there's nobody really who he would be committing to calling except for maybe Marks by raising. Everybody else he could comfortably fold.
Yeah, and Mark's going to be in for a lot of his chips here, 20,000 of his 55 in the big blind. So
Do you look at your cards in this kind of situation, or do you just...
I wait until it's my turn in this situation because and if they're just absolute trash, I'll just check it if somebody's limping to me. But yeah, this is one of the few times I don't look at my cards. But he's going to look out here on some. Well, Frankie's going to put him to the test.
It's a good hand for him to have, though, versus Mark's random hand.
Yeah, and unfortunately Mark doesn't even have but one over. Oh, and he folds it.
Well, he knew...
Yeah, I mean that's the image Frankie's had. Frankie, even in that scenario, which seems so innocent and any two cardy, because of the way he's been playing, that actually showed strength.
Right.
And
You might expect just a flat
yeah,
most hands.
at best, and so that'll put him down to 30,000 behind with a small blind in there. But then he's going to get to look at a few hands. So, and maybe wait for a good hand to go up against random hands in the blinds and get an easy triple up.
Well, if he's going to shove one of the blinds, this is the one to shove. Henry probably knows that he needs to be calling with almost anything
Right.
if he's got 10K or 20K out there.
Especially it being Henry. He should know that.
Yeah. Even if he knows Mark is shoving very,
Yeah.
very tight range, 60-40 most of the time.
But he's going to see Henry act first, so he sees Henry go out. So
Yeah.
I mean, it'll be the next hand. Ronnie's got suited connectors, and I wouldn't hate a min raise with this one either. You've got 140 with Ronnie, put about 30 out there. I know that's a lot of your chip stack, but you're just looking to fold, not to win. Frankie's got rags, and does Mark just let it walk here and have 30?
I think so. It's the best chance for him to shove.
No, he went ahead and shoved it in, and Eric's going to wake up with the same hand, so we're going to do a lot of nothing on this one. But Eric's still got to call 25 more, and he's a guy that can fold it.
Yeah, and he might fold.
He
Yeah,
does.
he will.
Yeah. So luckily for Mark, he's got the perfect guy on his left to be able to lay that down. And there he just said,
really
I
need
just
Mark.
fold the same hand.
Yeah. I needed Mark to come in here and play bad. That's 2 good hands from him, unfortunately. I will have to hear about that. But that is kind of shows you the strength of just jamming.
Oh yeah, well, and that's what's made this final table. Or this feature table. I don't want to say it's been boring poker because it's had definitely some good moments, but it's been pure poker where the short stacks haven't been waiting until they have breadcrumbs, and then just any 2 cards are going to call them. They've been shoving with a wide enough big blind range to impact other stacks, and so there hasn't been just a lot of forced blind all-ins and or just any 2 cards beating any random other 2 cards.
And with this structure, that's a lot more viable.
Yeah, I am surprised we're at 5-10-10 with still 2 tables left, but they're playing for a lot of money, $15,000 first prize and $50,000 overall in the prize pool, and only 9 get paid. So, and it's about as big of an ROI as you can ask for in a tournament.
And chip average coming back from the break was about 17 big blinds, I think.
Yeah, it's definitely been sticky all the way around.
Yeah.
But like I said, whenever you have, and only the final table getting paid, it still came out to almost 14% of the field. We only had 66 qualifiers for the tournament in total. But like I said, the ROI is just ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
And so, these guys, even with the instant add-on, instant bonuses, chip offers that we offer, they've got a max $60-80 invested in this tournament. So 15,000 first place on a $60 tournament is pretty good.
Yeah, not bad at all. Especially since I know some of them are in for just $20.
Yeah, they only played it once.
Yeah. And there was the incentive for double bagging, so I think that was good too.
Yeah, we had 10 people. We had 8 people double bag and 2 people triple bag. And we had 12 names in the hat that we drew early, and gave away some Kojak's swag, $200 worth of McDonald's gift cards. I thought that was a pretty good deal donated to us by Anthony. And then, of course, the $500 cash and $1,000 cash. Mark's going to shove with any 2 here.
He didn't want to see that.
No, and Eric calls.
Oh, this might be.
Martine, does he? I don't think he puts in his stack here. I think he lets it go, and it's already 20 in, but.
That's a tough one for Martine.
You know that Eric or Mark has to have an ace in their hand. Even though they don't, you've got to put them on an ace.
The only problem for Martine is he recognizes that if he wins this pot, he'll be in a really good spot, and we're not close enough to the money that he can just blind in.
Nah, he's definitely playing to get some chips, and so he makes this call. And we're going to go 3 ways all in. And Eric's going to be the shortest.
Like a 10, 9, or 9, 8 hearts.
There's 2 hearts for you there.
Okay.
And
oh my!
6 there for Mark, 2 pair, dodging a heart, and he does. Mark is going to stay alive with a 7-6, and Eric's going to be eliminated with the much better hand pre-flop. And Mark's going to get.
He's healthy.
Yeah, he got all that pot. That's going to put him 170,000 in chips, which is a huge boost. And this may be when we redraw the table.
He was either 19 or 20 or 19 or 18.
Yeah, so we may see a few more hands here. I think we need an elimination more or 2 before we give you guys another quick 5-minute break. But we'll sit here and talk to you guys through it while they do.
So Martin has 2 bigs. if he sees any 2 cards here, and it looks like Robbie did give him 2, he's going to be in.
Yeah, it should be. Yeah, he put him on the reader, but he didn't look at him yet.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, he's going to darn near triple up just on the blind and the
This
ante.
is not good if Frankie's raising.
Oh, and Frankie has a real hand, and he goes ahead and jams.
Wow.
Is there a world where Martin folds?
I don't.
Let's see what he has. He's got Jack 9.
No, I think with those cards, since he's probably never sharing anything Frankie has, you'd want him to be suited, but
Yeah, you want him suited, but I'm putting it in anyway.
I think
Yeah,
so
he
too.
just did too.
Yeah.
Because you got the big blind plus the big blind ante plus Frankie's money.
yeah.
And little prayer look up there for a decent hand. He says no, he lets it
One
go.
of his jacks is gone.
Yeah. So 2 very alive, decent cards to go up against Ace King with. I'll take it. Get you a lower end of the straight, better than Jack 10.
Let's see
Suits
a
would
good
be
spot.
nice.
And he only has hearts that he can hit.
Yeah.
There's a first heart. Ooh,
Ooh,
8 on the turn.
10, 8 for a sweat.
There
And
we
there
go.
it is.
That's a TV turn, Robbie. Good job.
And a slow roll.
Oh.
How cruel.
Oh.
Does not happen. Frankie is going to eliminate Martin.
It was the only paint that he didn't win with.
That's crazy.
That's brutal. That's brutal.
The TV turn into the slow roll from Robbie.
I believe the gentleman in seat 4 got here just in time for the redraw.
Yeah. Moved him from the outer tables. I do not, it's Chris C. I believe he is a Celebrity Card Club player, but I could be wrong. He could be a Kojaks player, now that I'm thinking about it.
Well, I think the River League had the most people in at the break. We had, I believe, 10 out of the 21,
Really?
but we've
Okay.
lost at least 2 since then.
Yeah,
so-
well, this 7 out of the 9 were at the feature table just beating each
Yeah.
other up. And it looks like they are going to be doing a redraw, so we are going to get to have a full 9 new group here at the feature table. And so we're going to have one group on the floor, one table on the floor of 9 and one here on the feature table of 9. And we're going to play it down to only 9. And there was a lot of chips on the floor when I was out there. So
Oh, yeah.
I don't think we're going to see quite the shove fest that we've been seeing the last 10, 15 minutes. I think there's going to be a little bit of poker left to be had. And I think as we get closer down, the chip stacks are going to disperse themselves to where there's going to be enough big blinds to where it might last another hour, a couple 3 blinds maybe.
If it lasts more than 2 more levels, I would be surprised.
Yeah, it's getting on up there. But the final 9 coming back tomorrow at 3 p.m. And we are taking away, just like we did in December, we're taking away the ante. So they're going to see an increase in their big blind count in their chip stack for the final table tomorrow. And a lot of live streams are doing that to get some content and let people play it. But it's kind of deserved in double fold. Number one, there's precedence for it. We've been doing it, but in this one, anyone who makes it to the final 9, that's the money, and that's the only money that was paid out. So it's almost like a new tournament that take away the ante. It doesn't provide any additional advantage, pre-money bubble thing like that. I mean, it's just they made it there. They're the ones in the money. Take away the ante. Let them play.
A lot of times you'll see the blinds increase or something like that as well.
Yeah.
Or if to kind of make the more play available for them on the money.
Yeah. The structure's not. And the late structure is not exactly double ladder, but it does progress still to where they shouldn't be playing 10 hours tomorrow, 9 people.
That's good.
But there's going to be a few hours worth of content to get to that $15,000 first place prize and that belt that
I believe it's out in
Charlie,
the main
Charlie
room.
was wearing
he
it as he left earlier, so
He did.
he was.
I don't think it's his size, though, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, he's pretty buff, but I don't know if he's that buff to where they're on. But he was prancing out the door with it earlier. But Celebrity Card Club has had that belt hanging in their room for the last 3 months. They earned it in December, and so it's going to be re-fought for tomorrow. And the club winner to get to hang it up in their club for the next 3 months. Whenever I decide to do this again, could wait to the fall. Could
For
be
a bit.
starting, but it's getting that time of year to where there's a lot going on. I don't know if I want to be doing too big of stuff, but speaking of stuff coming up here at Kojaks, at the end of the month we have they're doing a $10,000 free roll, guaranteed. Awesome. They're going to have 3 flights. The River League is doing something similar, but we expanded ours into 7 flights, and I'm curious to see how that's going to go.
I think it should be pretty good. I think there's a lot of people that like that amount, and 10K is a great number for a free roll.
Yeah, and the free rolls themselves are a lot of fun, but I just wanted to see what it'd be like to have a multi-day free roll. I mean,
I can't imagine the prize pool staying at 10K. I'll say that.
well, just a normal free roll, you're looking at 2 to 2,500, and so I mean, it could easily be 15 grand, especially as the flights go on, because if anytime you bag in these flights, every bag you bag moves forward. We're gonna have a million chip count.
Oh,
on
yeah.
day two.
Easily.
And the blinds are going to reflect it. I'm not going to let this thing get out of hand. I'm going to set it for something of that nature. But I'm curious to see how it goes. It's going to be a lot of fun. But they're going to have 3 flights here at Kojak's, but I'm going to have 7 at the river and expand it over 2 weeks. And Celebrity Card Club is having their bigger free roll that they have on that Saturday. It's going to be the second to last Saturday there in April. The 20th in at Celebrity Card Club, their free roll, their Tuesday night free rolls. Have you ever looked those up on Poker?
I have heard they're very large.
It's $5,000 to $6,000 prize pool.
That's a crazy.
And their free roll is
for a
no
free roll.
different from anybody else's. They'll have 40 bodies and 150 rebuys.
Good Lord.
And
That's awesome.
That's just the way they play.
What a free roll.
But yeah, they're going to have their big monthly free roll on the 20th. And then the 27th, the last Saturday in April, is going to be the culmination of the 25th, 26th. So that'll be the last flight at Kojak's for the free roll, with their day 2 on being the 28th of April. And at Celebrity Card Club at the 27th, they're having their women's tournament. They had a good turnout for their women's tournament
many
they had
people?
last month. I think they had 22 entries.
Wow, that's a
And,
lot.
Yeah. And there was a lot of pictures on Facebook, and it looked like they did as much drinking as they did and
Well, that's
partying
good.
as they did poker. So it was a festive thing to where they wanted to do it as soon as possible again.
It's always a great thing to have more people in poker.
Yeah, and more people having fun with it. And I did not get a chance to look it up, but I was in Texarkana the last few days at our club over there, the Texline Card House. They're doing their first major tournament that started yesterday. It is going to be it's a $10,000 guarantee. It's a $140 entry. That's all.
Wow.
And you only need 87 entries for that. And the first flight that we put on yesterday had 39 entries. We almost hit half the prize pool in one flight.
That's a good
and,
day.
And they're doing 7. So the
There's
reception.
7 flights?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. And the other 2 flights for
How
today.
far is Texarkana?
Yeah.
Asking for a friend.
No, I took 2 planes. I don't know
Oh,
know
okay.
what the driving is, but about flight B and flight C were today, and I haven't checked the later flight numbers, but I'm pretty sure they hit their guarantee today already, and they still got 4 flights to go tomorrow, and then next Friday and Saturday, and I'll be flying back to Texarkana for the culmination of that, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
That'd be awesome.
It's a room very similar to the river in size and in feel. Their PLO gets together a little bit more of like a Kojak's rate than a River League rate. But a lot of good people there, a lot of good community. There's a lot of poker history in Texarkana.
Do they play 4 or 5 card PLO mainly?
They play 4.
Okay, good.
And some,
I like 4
everybody
better.
likes four high.
Yeah,
4 high.
That's the one to go with.
Yeah. And they are sitting down right now as we have gotten the redrawn out of the way. We're going to get some names and some chip stacks put into the computer. That way we can follow around with some accuracy. Basil, we've been sitting here talking, and we just did the redraw for 18 players. So the final 2 tables were just redrawn. So we're about to start the new feature table with some of the same faces, some new faces, but a full table of 9. And we're going to play down to 9. And yes, Robbie has been dealing some coolers tonight, but
We're dealing in here. It's hot.
we're very familiar with Robbie's dealing at the River League in San Angelo. Is an interesting one as well, but. Then we can have a look here. Let's look and see who we recognize here. Let's see Ton there in the 4 seat.
Yeah.
River League. The 6 seat right here, that is Roy Hall. He is a Kojak's regular, fantastic guy. He had the Roy Hall benefit tournament a couple months ago. His daughter had some medical procedures and is improved drastically, and things are going really well.
Oh, that's
for him.
awesome.
So I'll let everybody know that it's been really good for him and his family, and the poker community reached out very, very well for him a couple months ago and helped them get through that. To his right, and it's going to be Tony Castillo. I remember that pink shirt from the floor earlier. He's a Kojak's player. We're going to keep Mark from the River League at the table, and then next to him is Mark from the River League, Dealer Mark as we call him.
Mark.
So we got 2 Marks side by side there, and we'll get some names and chip stacks put in on these guys. It looks like Kent
That is Kent Lacey. Yeah.
Lacey's still in the seat too, so he has come back to the feature table. He got moved away earlier, so good to see that he still has a chip stack. So the seat 1 and seat 9 and seat 8 are the only ones that I do not see just yet. But when the action tracker picks up to the restart, but
Ooh, an immediate jam from Mark.
yeah, and he just got those chips, so it's going to be a pretty sizable.
And a call, too.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
This is a 300,000 chip pot, or 350 at least.
yeah, it's going to be a doozy. Kent's going to fold. Tony's going to fold.
Close to
so
400K.
we're going to get to see some cards here.
Ooh, jacks. Queens.
Is it queens and tens?
Yeah.
Queens, yep, queens and tens. So
Huh.
Mark from San Angelo looking for all the dots on one card to come out on the 10. I don't see one
No.
on the window there. Nothing on the king. And an 8. So
Yeah,
definitely
that's
not. Yep. And so first hand, we're going to say goodbye
Wow.
to Mark. So that puts us down to 17 on the redraw. But, you're waking up with 10s and you just open it up. You might as well just let her go.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with that. And it just unlucky for him that the seat 2 down from him is going. Oh, that's Kelly McGowan.
Oh, was that Kelly?
Yeah, they just updated the names.
Oh, I
here.
do see his shirt now.
Yeah,
His the
yeah,
yellow shirt he was wearing.
He had a monster stack out on the floor earlier, and it looks like it's still pretty healthy now. But
It's lower than it was when I was out there.
Yeah,
So,
he-
but it's back to where
yeah, that's
340 mark.
Kelly from Snow. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 members from the River League on this feature table. I believe 3 or 4 Kojaks and maybe one. I know 4, 5, and I'm not real sure if 9 is a Kojaks player. No, we'd have to ask
Yeah.
Charlie. But it looks like Chris in the 1 seat. Then we have Kent and the 2, Ton, and then Tony, Roy, Mark, Kelly, and Bray. All coming back for the feature table here.
It looks like Roy has 510K.
Yeah, that's what the computer's showing here, 510K, so over $500,000 stack. And
That's a big stack.
Bray's the short stack of 70. Kelly's got 290 now. So that was a pretty significant pot to wake up with the queens there. And Kent's going to shove this here with an unknown hand.
Mm-hmm.
And it's
I do
gotten
like
all
the
the
raise with Queen 6 by Chris, though. That's a good. You want suited hands with one Broadway card.
Yeah, especially if it's folded all the way under the button.
Mhm.
Might as well give it a shot. And so that's going to be a little pickup there from Kent to put him over the 300,000 mark and be second chips now, just in front of Kelly. And we are getting down to the final 9. That is what we are shooting for, is the final 9 players to come back tomorrow at 3 o'clock. And play for all of the $50,000 prize pool. 9th place is going to be $1,500. 8th place, I believe, is also $1,500. But then it goes up from there all the way to first place and that very nice belt trophy and a cash prize of $15,000. Chris is going to raise this up with any ace, and it's going to get all the way through. Button is going to be on Ton in the 4 seat. Blinds are 5, 10, and 10. 5,000, 10,000 with a 10,000 big blind ante. So no one is still really safe. we got Chris C over 200K, Kent Wilson over 300K, Roy just under 500K, and Kelly just under 300K. But everybody else is around the 100,000 mark, 150,000 mark. And so when you get up at 20,000 in your big blind with the ante and the big blind, it's a tough day. So Chris is going to raise it up here with pocket fives to 25,000, and Roy going to come across with a Jack 10 of diamonds, and that is not a flop for the Jack 10 of diamonds. Chris is probably going to continue on here, and Roy's going to just turn this in. Little pickup there of 40,000 in chips for Chris. I believe he's a Kojaks player. I think I've got 4 Kojaks players and 4 River League San Angelo players. And again, the only reason that matters is the winner of this tournament gets to take that championship belt back home to their home club, whether it's San Angelo or if it stays here in Midland or if it goes to Odessa. It has been in Odessa for the last 3 months for the winner that won it in December. And I feel absolutely terrible. I can't remember his name. Absolutely fantastic guy. But he has had his picture with that belt and the belt physically hanging in Celebrity Card Club the last 3 months, and I'm sure they would like to see it come back, and the other clubs are vying for it as well. So just the bragging rights of having a representative of your club take down the Tri-Club $50,000 zero entry tournament. Again, these players played in qualifiers, 3 different qualifiers, 1 per month in February, March, and April. And if you got in the top 15% in any one of the qualifiers, you qualified to enter into this zero entry $50,000 tournament. So everyone you see that has played has got into the 15% in their respective clubs and earned their way into the entry for this one to play here today. And Bray picks up pocket 8s here to go on with his last 7. He was looking for a hand to get in there. Unfortunately, Roy's going to wake up with a real hand of queens. But we have an 8 right in the window. It's going to have the lead snatched away by Bray, looking to only dodge one of the last 2 queens in a little scary paint, but it does survive. Good 2-outer there for Bray to double up, putting him at 165,000. Able to survive the blinds now. Good job having the pocket 8s hold up. And Roy can take the hit. He still has well over 400,000 in his stack. Woke up with no choice but to call with pocket queens. And Bray will have enough to make it another orbit. So Roy, the chip leader, with 435,000. Tony, right before him, has less than 100. It's kind of difficult to be next to the chip leader whenever you're looking for a spot to get it in there, because you never know what they're going to wake up with, and they can afford to call you if you let yourself get too far down. And so it's always good to try to jam earlier rather than later and give yourself some fold equity. He's going to call with the 3s here and see if we can just get it through to see a flop. Kelly with 10-8 offsuit is going to go ahead and complete to 10, and Bray's going to knuckle his Jack 8 of diamonds. Queen 4-10. Kelly's going to take the lead there with second pair. We'll see if Tony is going to check all the way around. So another queen. That is a good card for Kelly. You may see him put out about a $15,000, $20,000 bet here. And he does bet after he bets 20. And Bray and Tony are both going to have to let that go. And Kelly's going to pick up that little extra pot there, 45,000, putting him over the 300,000 mark. And the stacks are getting deeper. So there's a little bit of poker to be played as people start going out. Some of these chips get to spread around just a little bit, and they can start surviving in these blinds just a little bit longer. But we're playing down to 9. We're looking for 9 players, and I believe we have 17 or maybe 16 left. We saw one elimination here on the feature table immediately. So we know we're at least at 17 with 8 players here, and even if they have all 9 on the main floor. Ton is going to go ahead and shove it with a blackjack of the offsuit variety. See if anybody wakes up with anything to combat this with. Nothing all the way around to the button. Chris with a queen jack in the big blind, but it is a lot to him to call almost half his stack, even though he's already got 20,000 in there in the big blind plus the ante. Ton still has 100,000 chips. It's a big jam, and kind of middle position. It just screams pretty decent strength the whole way. So if Chris finds a call here, he could be just putting Ton on 10s or less. I'm trying to pick up a read off Ton, and unfortunately, sir, that's just never going to happen. I've known Ton a long time in the San Angelo River League poker scene, and he's going to go ahead and give it up rightly and smartly so. And Ton will pick him up some blinds there to be able to survive another orbit. Roy is still there with that big stack of black chips. Those are worth 25,000, and the peach-ish pink chips are 5,000. And as you probably heard, spoiler alert, we are going to go reset to the, I guess, the unofficial final table. And we're going to have 9 people move forward to tomorrow for the 3 p.m. final table. And but we're going to let them play 10-handed to get there. So Mark C is going to have a suited ace wheel. Going to put it all in for 115. And Bray, it would be for most of his stack, but it's a very pretty ace jack suited of clubs. And while you're scared to be going up against ace queen, ace king, it's kind of hard to call with that kind of hand, even though he had Mark dominated. And I'm going to go ahead and head out to help them set up the final table. So I'll let you watch the action here for just a couple minutes while I step out of the room for just one moment. right, spoiler. We stream 15 minutes in the past for the live action, but you don't know who the final 10 will be, but you will know now that we will be down to the final 10 in about 15 minutes. But we get to see how we got there, at least. Unfortunately, I have to go out and help once in a while, so we cannot avoid the spoiler. But we still have 2 tables at this time, and getting down to the final 10 where we will play for the final 9 to come back tomorrow at 3 p.m. Roy still sitting at 450,000, followed behind with Kelly 315,000. Bray and Mark and Tony all neck and neck at just over 125,000 in chips, and then Chris and Kent both at 215. So you've got 3 shortish stacks, and the blinds are up even bigger at 10,000, 15,000 with a 15,000 big blind. So that's 30,000 chips that they're putting in that pot every big blind. So, yeah, moves are going to need to be made, and that's why we're going to be getting down to the final table very soon. But we've had a very long, good 9-10 hours of poker for this $50,000 guaranteed zero entry tournament, and they're going to play for all 50,000 tomorrow, the final 9 tomorrow at 3 p.m., and we'll be live right here for every bit of it. And we're going to watch here to see who makes that final 9. You can root on your favorite player or your favorite club, whatever you would like. We have Mark betting king high flop here. A pair of kings, 15,000. Min bet. Bray's going to float with the middle pair and make the straight. Just bink the gutter on the turn. Is a 1 gapper on the board. Let's see if Mark wants to continue betting this here, knowing that any jack beats him. It looks like he checked. It looks like Bray made the bet. Yeah, might be a little behind on the action tracker here. Can Mark let the top pair go? Oh, yep, no, it's not going to happen. So, yeah, all in and a call from Mark. And he's going to get the bad news, and he's going to need a jack on the turn to chop the pot, and does not get it. So Bray with a very healthy pot there, and going to leave Mark with crumbs. Unfortunately, could not let top pair go. Hard to do at this level of the tournament. You can't just give the guy a jack there every time. Bray is sitting back with that sigh of relief to get even healthier, almost to that 300,000 chip mark. And the blinds, like I said, are 10 and 15,000 with a 15,000 big blind ante. It is very expensive poker, but that is tournament poker to get. They have to get up there, and the blinds go up to push the action. And these guys have had plenty of action. We started this at 1 o'clock today Central Time, and it is now creeping up on 11:30, so they've had a good 10 hours of poker to get to where they are now. So poker has definitely been the push of the day instead of the blinds, which all of the players enjoy. Makes for a long day, but it makes for pure poker. Kent Wilson going to see an ace. Go ahead and limp in with a call. Tony's going to complete the, he's going to call as well on the cutoff. Mark is, I think he's automatically on, and I think that's all he was in for was for his 15. Yeah, so he was just a little bit call in, and Kelly's going to check his option with the 6-2. So Mark C is all in, needing a lot of help. We have a hard draw for Tony. Gutter ball for Kent. Not a lot for everybody, but there's a couple with a lot of equity. Any king, any 4, any heart for Tony, any ace, or any 8 for Kent. And Mark needs some chop outs or a 4 to win. And we're going to go check, check. And the river's going to bring in the heart, going to put that check mark on there for Tony, which is, and Kent's going to bet it here. And Tony just instantly rips it. And so Kent was trying to bet his 8 there on the river, but unfortunately Tony just raised that immediately. And I think Kent folded that there. Yeah. Tony shows the flush, and we are going to lose Mark from San Angelo. Is a dealer at the River League. Excellent tournament player, excellent cash game player. And a good deep run into this tournament, and unfortunately just had to pay off the Jack of Bray in that last hand. So we are down to 6 right now, and there are some eliminations happening out on the main floor. And we will do a quick pause when we get down to 10, and we're going to put all 10 players here on the live stream to where you can watch one final elimination and have an official final table for tomorrow at 3 p.m. to play for the $50,000. So we are going to be joined by 10 players as the outer table and this table eliminates a few more. We'll wait on the action tracker here to pick up what the cards here we have. Looks like Roy with a suited ace-8, Kelly with 10-9 offsuit. And it looks like the hand just kind of bet by Roy ran through, and hand is over. So the rich get richer here at the stream feature table puts Roy back up at 475,000. And then the short stack is Kent Wilson with 160,000. The Bray and Kelly both around the 250,000 mark, and Tony close to 250. Roy with 475. So the short stack of Kent Wilson, and not too far behind him, Chris C. in seat number 1. Kent Wilson under the gun calls with his queen jack suited. Roy's going to raise this up. And then Bray is going to wake up with pocket jacks here. And I think, yeah, he's just going to call this here. He's not going to get too crazy with these pocket jacks. Give him some room. There is no money until you get to the final 9. So there's no reason for him to get too crazy. He has a better than average chip stack or close to it. And then, Kent does call. So follow up ace 7-7, giving Roy a hammerlock on this hand, and he's going to bet this out. Looks like 45,000. And there's no way that either player is going to be able to continue in this hand, and they are going to lose the minimum on this hand, especially the pocket jacks. Great discipline and choice by Bray there, not to re-push anything. He might have gotten away with it and gotten the folds all the way around, but there's not much need to really go too crazy 3 ways to a flop whenever we only need a couple more eliminations to get to that final table in the cash. So there's sort of definitely looking at getting paid in this $50,000 zero injury tournament. Ninth place is $1,500. $1,500. And then first place goes all the way up to $15,000 plus that fantastic belt that Charlie had on here earlier in the stream. And you'll be able to tune in and watch that live tomorrow at 3 p.m. Myself and Charlie and George probably in the booth to walk you all the way through to see who and what club takes home that belt. Tony's going to call 15 under the gun with this ace-8 suited Bray. It wakes up on the button with pocket sevens. Looks like he's going to raise this up to about 45,000. Chris C. not waking up with anything. And Kent's going to go ahead and see a flop here with a big blind. Put in the extra 25,000. 30,000, sorry, to see a flop with a very live Jack 9. And looks like Tony might have folded. No, Tony went all in and it was called. Okay. And Bray goes all in. And I'm not real sure the extra here. I don't know if Kent might have folded there. And might have just Tony and Bray. Letting the graphics catch with. Yeah, it looks like it's just Tony and Bray, and missed that there, but it looks, no, yeah, Kent did go all in there, and Kent unfortunately was eliminated. So another River League San Angelo person down. Still have one left here at this featured table, and Kelly in the 8th seat with a pretty decent stack of 275. But that's going to bring Tony. It's going to be, Bray pretty healthy on that big scoop there. And it looks like they are reporting in that we might be down to 10 players. And getting into the final 10 players for the unofficial final table. So as is usual here for these live streams, a few pauses here and there whenever we're moving players around and getting things set up. Looks like they're going to get the unofficial final table of 10 into the live stream room, and we get to watch for one more person to get eliminated and get us down to that final 9 to come back tomorrow at 3 o'clock. So definitely stick around. We'll get the final 10 seated here shortly. And I was out there just a little while ago, and there's still plenty of cash games going on here at Kojak's. So even though this tournament is going to come to a day one finish, it's still plenty early. It's only 11:30 here at Kojak's, and we have plenty of cash games out there. We still have 1, 2 tables, a couple or 3 5 on the button games, and I believe they had a PLO game started. So still plenty of action here at Kojak's on a Saturday night, and we are getting the unofficial final table setup of 10, where we will have one more elimination. And I can look up the prize pool here for you. The final 9 players are the ones in the money. 9th place is $1,500, and 8th place is also $1,500. 7th is $2,000. 6th is $3,000. 5th is $4,000. 4th is $5,500. 3rd jumps up to $7,500. $10,000 for 2nd place. And 1st place is $15,000 and that championship belt. And that belt will be awarded to the 1st place tomorrow, and they'll get to take it back to their home club, and they'll get to keep that belt in their club until we fight for it again. All 3 clubs in the $50,000 zero entry qualifiers. And just to recap, all of the players that you've seen play today, all 66, were 15% qualifiers. That we had in each individual club. Every club had their own qualifier, one in February, one in March, and one at the beginning of April. and anyone who finished in the top 15% in each one of those flights at every one of the clubs all met back here today, started all equal stacks, $50,000 stacks, to play down to what we are now, the final 10 players, the unofficial final table. And we're going to play until we get one more elimination, and then we will have our final 9 set up for tomorrow at 3 p.m. So you can kind of watch these guys filing in now. Looks like we had a redraw for the unofficial final table. Some of these guys that I know, a 3-seat Mr. Tony. Looks like we had that Chris C. moved from seat 1 to seat 4. Kelly is going to be in seat 5 from San Angelo. Henry, seat 6, also San Angelo. And we'll get the rest of those names put up on the screen there shortly. But we're going to be 10-handed here shortly, playing down until 9. We just need one elimination out of these gentlemen. There is Frankie joining us back on the featured stream table in seat number 10. I believe that in seat 7 there, I believe his name was Ricardo. He was on the live stream earlier this evening. He was super short stacked. He has made it all the way here to the final 10. They're putting in the names now. And our dealer, Robbie from the River League in San Angelo, in the box. And again, these guys have played in qualifiers for the last 3 months. There was 3 qualifiers, 1 qualifier per month, to get in that top 15% in a qualifier to come back here today. 66 players are playing for the final 9 final table in the money tomorrow. We are now down to 10, and we'll restart the clock here shortly and lose one more player to be at the official final table. And it looks like I've got some chips updating now. We've got either Tony T, I believe his name, and the 1 seat with 490,000 in chips, a really healthy stack. Ton in seat 2 from San Angelo at 345,000 in chips. Tony C in seat 3, just a shy over 500,000 in chips. And that's going to be second chips. Chris C, 175,000. Kelly, 400,000. Henry, 385. Ricardo, 165. Roy, 615, and your current chip leader. Bray at 320, which you saw just momentarily win a couple of big all-ins to go from pretty short stack to one of the better stacks right now. And then Frankie in the 10 seat with 435,000 in chips. So you're looking at average stack is going to be pushing 300,000. So you've got three guys that are quote unquote short stacked. Ricardo and Chris C. They're looking at less than 200,000. And the blinds are 10,000, 15,000 with a 15,000 chip ante. So that's 30,000 in chips every time you're at the big blind. So everybody needs to make some moves. But we're going to sit here and wait for one more person to get eliminated. Just one more person. And that will get us down to the official final table for 3 p.m. tomorrow. Only one of these gentlemen isn't going to make it. And will be the money bubble and the final table bubble. Tony calling with suited connectors, Ricardo with better suited connectors. Roy going to come along and limp in with pocket sevens. Bray wakes up with pocket queens, going to raise it up to 45,000. So about a $30,000 raise. It's going to fall all the way back around to Tony. Raising's pretty scary whenever you've only got one more person to go. I mean, you don't want to be that last person to get out on the money bubble. But Roy has the chips. So he's going to go set money with his sevens here. So it's going to be queens against sevens. But we're going to be action on the flop with a 7 right on the flop. This is going to be devastating for Bray. Roy just flops the joint full house, 7 fulls of jacks. Bray's got the monster overpair in queens, and he's obviously leading out here for 50. And Roy just rips it right in his face immediately and gives Bray a little pause here. It's a pretty questionable shove there from Roy. You'd think he'd give him some slack, but maybe he knows something I know about Bray. I don't know about Bray, that he may just think he's going to hook him in right now and reel him in. But Bray's put in quite a bit of chips into this pot, about 95,000 in chips. And but he's still got a couple 100,000 behind. He can fold here and still not be last in chips. But it's hard to lay down queens with a 6-7-7 board. And maybe he thinks Roy is capable of putting this in with a diamond and or a straight draw. With a raise pre-flop, he limped in and then called a raise from Bray. So Bray has to put him on some decent cards for sure on a limp-in call. But it could be as simple as ace-x of diamonds on a diamond draw and just putting Roy to the test. Putting Bray to the test. Bray's going to make the call, doesn't believe him, and he's going to see the bad news out of Roy, that it is just darn near dead. Bray is going to be looking for a queen or a lot of other magic. It's going to be a 9 on the turn, and queen only, and it does not happen. So that's it. Okay, so it took just a couple of hands here, and we are at the official final table. So congratulations, the handshakes all around for these guys. All have broken the money bubble. $1,500 for 9th place. I can pull this up on the screen here. 18 levels, 9 of 66 that are left. The blinds are going to be at 10, and we'll start it back over at level 18, 10,000, 15,000, with a $15,000 ante that is not going to be there anymore. We're pulling the antes for the final 9 players, so the blinds will be 10,000, 15,000. So there's going to be a lot more poker to be had tomorrow out of these 9 players. And as you see, 9th place is going to be 1,500, 8th place 1,500, and then it just goes on up 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,500, 7,500, 10,000 for 2nd place, and $15,000 for 1st place. Tomorrow, 3 p.m. here at Kojak's. You can follow it from 9 all the way down to a winner right here on our YouTube or our Facebook live stream. We'll be starting at 3 p.m. with the final gentlemen. Their names will be, and chip stacks will be put onto onto Facebook here shortly, so you can look and see who of the 9 is still alive and their chip stacks, and with accurate counts as best as we have them there. And it's been a long day. You know, we started at 1 p.m. and here it's almost midnight, but I think it's been a fantastic tournament. We had lots of poker played today. They got to play a long time to get down to 9 players to come back tomorrow and play for that $50,000 prize pool and that 1st place of $15,000. So again, these 9 guys, we're going to post their names and their chip stacks on Facebook here shortly, so you'll be able to see the chip stacks and who's coming back tomorrow for the live stream. And I hope you join us tomorrow for the culmination to see who's going to win that $15,000 1st place prize out of this $50,000 guaranteed prize pool. But everybody's in the money tomorrow. $1,500 for 9th place, and we're going to play all the way down to give away that belt and see where that belt goes and which club gets to take it home. So hope to see you guys back here tomorrow at 3 p.m. on our Facebook and or our YouTube page. We'll post everything on Facebook who the final 9 are, so you'll know who to root on for tomorrow. We will see you guys here, Facebook or YouTube tomorrow. Appreciate it.